Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Board members, wherever you may be, you can hear me. I need a motion to go into closed session to prevent disclosure of privileged personnel information pursuant to Chapter 115C, Article 21 of the North Carolina General Statutes, also pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-131 for the consideration of bids, and also to consult with attorney pursuant to NCGS 143-318-11A3 to consult with attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged, and under North Carolina General Statute 143-318.10E to review minutes from prior closed session meetings. Do I have that motion?
Motion to go into closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Ms. Helms, all those in favor? Aye. And the hush falls over the crowd. I'd like to call this meeting of the Union County Board of Education to order, please. And in doing so, I would like to let you know that normally seated to my left is Dr. Ellis, our superintendent. Her dad passed away, and some of you might not know that. So when I ask for a moment of silence, I would ask for you to keep the Brooks and Ellis family in your prayers and in your thoughts. And now let's have our moment of silence, please. Thank you. And now we'll move on to agenda item number 3, the Pledge of Allegiance. And we have a student, Daniel Eaton, I believe, sir? Thank you.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Daniel, if you come over here for now. Share something with you for a moment, then I'll let you. I'd like to have a motion to approve the agenda, please.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve based on the omission of number 12. We eliminate that from the agenda.
I have just been informed that we'll leave number 12 there. We do have a comment.
Okay, move to approve as presented.
Will come from Ms. Morris. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, before we vote on that, I have a couple items that I would like to discuss tonight regarding the Lenovo contract and the security camera IP upgrades. I'll be glad to, if I can have some leeway, I'll be glad to roll that into number 16, the DPI 5-year facility study. I don't want to take time before Dr. McKibben's report, or we can set up a separate agenda item, whichever the group would prefer.
Let's consider that for next month's meeting.
Which one?
Both the items you want to add, and let me know a few days ahead of time. We have these planning meetings a week ahead of time for our agendas, and it's probably not real good to go ahead and start changing the agenda at the last minute.
Well, I have one regarding the Lenovo contract that I don't think can wait another month. So I'll meet you halfway.
How about if we let the board decide whether they want to add that to the agenda?
Okay, that's fine. That's the
So
way it works.
do I have a motion from you, sir?
I would like to add an agenda item entitled Lenovo Chromebook Contract for discussion and possible action as item 16A to our agenda.
Do I hear a second? Thank you, Ms. Merrill. Do I have any discussion to that item before we vote on it?
Yes, I would like to know what we're discussing.
Well, that's why I would prefer to add it at another time, but
Well, I'll be glad. I'll make it quick. As we all know, we're in the midst of how do you want to call it? A situation, and it involves one of our major vendors. And I think it is only appropriate while that investigation is ongoing that we freeze any further purchases from that vendor until this issue is resolved one way or another. So I would propose until the investigation and action, if any, is concluded on this affair, that we freeze any future purchases from the Lenovo Corporation for the Chromebooks or any refurbs.
Can I ask a question? We're getting into this now. I was going to ask a question. Do we have any Lenovo purchases planned prior to when this investigation is scheduled to be completed? So is this even going to be an issue?
I still stand by my original request that we put it on at a meeting and let me know before time. It's not a good idea to surprise people with it because I don't think the information can be readily available for all the questions that will be asked.
All right, I'll make you a deal if we'll put it
No,
on next
this
month.
isn't make a deal.
Well, no. A gentleman's agreement that as long as we will not execute any further purchases with the Lenovo Corporation until the next meeting and it can be on the agenda, I'm fine with that. How's that?
We have a motion
Okay.
on the table.
If the motion is defeated, I'll ask you for a gentleman's agreement.
I doubt I'll be willing to give you that because I have no idea what's on our current expenses sheet for computers or anything else at this time, sir. And that's why if you'd let me know 2 or 3 days ago, we could get that information together, and it may be a point that isn't worth discussing.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a comment and direct this specifically. We have 2 investigations that we have set forth, and in the name of due process and in the name of good business practice, let's make sure we have our facts before we start passing judgment. I think Mr. Sides is hasty. I think the vice chair of the county commission has been rather hasty with the allegations he's freely hurling around. You know, the 6th Amendment of the Constitution guarantees every one of us as citizens due process. We were asked to provide investigation and questions. We've got a dual investigation going. How about giving these folks a chance to do their job before we start making decisions half-cocked?
I am not talking about doing anything with the investigation. I am merely talking, I'm not even talking about.
Mr. Chairman, call the question.
I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Sides. You've stated it clearly. I'm not sure that we need any more questions about this. I think we have called the question. Let's vote on this proposed change to the
Excuse
agenda
me, I have
before
a
we vote on it.
question. I do have a question.
I think it will have to wait. The question has been called. Let's go ahead and go ahead. Everybody else is taking their shots. Go for it.
Dr. Webb, are we going to order any computers in the next month? 2 months, 30 days, 15 days?
No, there's no order for computers for growth or anything at this point in time. The only thing that I would caution the board about is you do have online testing that will be up for our high schools in January. We have to make sure that we have parts for computers. We are struggling with parts with the terrorism and so forth that's taking place. You all principals are aware of that. So I would caution you to limit the ability to purchase repair parts for devices that are down, or our children will not be able to take the online testing in January because we must get those parts in and get the devices.
Those are for current,
Those are current devices. Yes, ma'am.
So we're not ordering.
Okay. And
okay. So
We're not
Mr.
ordering any new computers. So to your point, Mr. Sides, we're not ordering nothing new.
Mr. Chairman, enough of the grandstanding politics. Call the question.
I think that's exactly what we'll do. We'll call the question. All those in favor of the agenda motion, the agenda changing motion, please raise their hand and say aye. All those opposed? Nay. Thank you. Now, let's get to the original motion to approve the agenda as it stands. Do I have a motion? Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Thank you, Ms. Helms. Is there any discussion about that? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the original agenda, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Thank you very much. See, that wasn't so bad. And now we have board members will have to step around to the front. Ms. Helms, front and center for the John H. Crowder Service Award.
Each month, we recognize a high school student with the John H. Crowder Award for Community Service. This award is a living tribute to the late John H. Crowder, who spent more than 31 years serving the children of Union County. Criteria for winning the award are students must not only be academically successful, but they also must have an established history of community service in more than one area or with more than one organization. Tonight, we award the John H. Crowder Service Award to a very special young woman from Marvin Ridge High School. Would Emily Martin please come forward? Emily is a senior and a member of the school's International Baccalaureate program. She has a history of service with a particular focus on supporting students with autism. Her volunteer activities in this area include Joy Prom. She hosts an autistic attendees and their date for the evening, Camp Boomerang, which is an inclusion-based day camp, and St. Matthew's Bridge program, in which Emily assists students with autism during the Child's weekly religious classes. Emily teaches an elementary age children at her school and participates in a variety of programs at St. Matthew. She has worked with causes in the community such as Habitat for Humanity, Relay for Life, and Light the Night Walk. Emily's principal, Donna Cook, says that Emily has been extensively involved in student council throughout school and serves as student body officer. She's a member of the Beta Club and the Future Business Leaders of America. She is also an active member and leader on the Marvin Ridge lacrosse team. Here to support Emily tonight is her mother, Trish Martin, and principal, Miss Donna Cook. Congratulations, Emily.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm standing in Dr. Ellis's stead and going to read the special recognitions tonight. I'm going to apologize ahead of time for mispronouncing any names. I grew up with the maiden name of Eggenschiller, so I am fully aware of how names get mispronounced. And so I have the T-shirt to prove it, so I apologize ahead of time. I will do my best not to butcher your names as mine was butchered. When I call your name, please come forward and allow the school board members to congratulate you. First, we'd like to recognize the Cuthbertson High School Band Program, which has been recognized by the National Band Association as a Blue Ribbon Program of Excellence. Would Todd and Katie Ebert, directors of the Cuthbertson High School and Middle School, and the band members who are present, please come forward. This honor is This honor is awarded by divisions. Cuthbertson, one of 3 high schools selected for the Southern Division, is the only school chosen from North Carolina. The other high schools were from Virginia and Florida. The judging panel for the award looks at the past 4 years of the program's achievements, district national assessment scores and score sheets, student achievements, musical works performed, and an hour of the band's music performance from multiple years in performing venues. Todd said he is truly honored to have been recognized, as he feels the award is one of the most prestigious accomplishments ever awarded to the Cuthbertson High School program. Todd has brought a cross-section of his 150-member band. Those students are Bobby Olson, Will Cochran, Phillips Clark, Samantha Cresswell, Gwen Spencer. Here to support the band is Principal Dr. Kim Schroeder, and if you're a parent or family member of one of these students, will you please stand and be recognized? We are very excited to recognize some outstanding athletes tonight. We have 2 teams from Weddington High School that took home state championship titles. First, we have the Weddington High School men's cross country team, who won the 3A North Carolina High School Athletic Association state championship. Would Coach Rick Spencer and his team please come forward? Weddington has taken 2 team state championships in the last 3 years in the NCHSAA 3A men's cross country. The team again became state champions last month at the Ivy Redmond Sports Complex. Led by Mitchell Resser, who finished 2nd overall, Weddington tallied 52 points to the 95 points tallied by runner-up, all right, that's got to be a typo, Chapel Hill, because that's less. All right. Not my mistake. The cross-country team consists of Mitchell Reeser, Matthew Connor, Colton Jordan, Alex Hazan, Greg Wren, Kyle Hinson, Carson Glatz. Okay, next we have the Weddington High School men's soccer team, which took the 3A NCHSAA state championship. All right. All right, the team is coached by Powell Williams and assistant coach Rick Belcher. Weddington's 2-0 victory over Lee County secured the team the NCHSAA 3A men's soccer state championship at North Carolina State University last month. Weddington scored early in the second half when Mitchell Van Dyne scored just from inside the far post for a 1-0 Warrior lead in the 45th minute. Van Dyne, a senior forward, was named championship most valuable player. The Warriors opened up a 2-0 lead in the 62nd minute when Jay Peeler played the ball deep to senior forward Mason Peeler in the box. Mason then settled it, spun and fired a left-footed shot for the goal. Wow, that's detailed. This was Weddington's initial appearance in the NCHSA men's soccer state championship match. The members of the team are Harrison Holton, Christian Fulton, Kaylin Vaca, Jackson Hardy, Matt Allison, Nick Connell, Alex Palomenos, Nick Tucker, Mason Peeler, Jay Peeler, Ethan, all right, Ethan, I'm going to get this right. Limbanavos? No, sorry, I tried. Michael Davidson, Jake Van Dyne, Alex Pistolis, I'm going to try that one too. Dalton Kelly, Zach Gaines, Drew Cormier, Eric Schweiger, and see, I'm really butchering, I can hear you laughing. Sam Renike, Mitchell Van Dyne, Connor Van Dyne, Freddie Hennings, Ben Fletcher, Ford Thomas, Lucas Gasmail. Woo! All right. Here to support both the cross country and the men's soccer team tonight are the school's athletic director, Mike Hart, Weddington High School principal, Jonathan Bowers, and the school systems director of athletics, Doug Jones. Again, if you're a parent of one of the athletes of either one of these two teams, will you please stand? Okay, we now would like to congratulate the Marvin Ridge High School women's tennis team for winning the 3A NCHSAA state championship. Would Coach Julie Van Olden and her team please come forward? In the state competition, Marvin Ridge High and Cameron Union Pines split the first 4 singles matches, but Marvin Ridge won 5 and 6 to take the 4-2 lead into doubles play. It was the number 3 doubles for Marvin Ridge that provided the impetus for the 5-2 victory. Ainsley Zabrinski, Marvin Ridge's number 5 singles player, is the championship most valuable player. After winning her singles match, Ainsley teamed with Nina Van Blarkum in doubles to clinch the win. The Marvin Ridge High School women's tennis team are Ainsley Zabrinski, Riley Burns, Nicole Colmenares, Ella Imhoff, Kayla Marr, Hannah Scott, Rhea Shaw, Brinley Surface, Nia Van Blarkum, and Rachel Zabrinski. Here to support the team is the school's athletic director, Tom Jamerson, Marvin Ridge High School principal, Donna Cook, and the systems director of athletics, Doug Jones. If you're a parent of one of these athletes, will you please stand? Oh my goodness. This is hard. Just saying. I've had a little pizzazz to it. When I go, woohoo! That's probably not really professional, was it? No, you're not. Yes, you are. Yeah, I did. All right, faculty awards. We have several outstanding educators we would like to recognize tonight. First, we would like to spotlight Rebecca First, who has received the 2014 North Carolina Outstanding Science Teacher Award. Rebecca is known as a strong and inspiring teacher who makes sure that her classroom is a place where students can bloom into young scientists and feel free to ask questions. Rebecca is an 8th grade teacher at Parkwood Middle School, was recognized last month at the North Carolina Science Teachers Association Conference in Winston-Salem. Although she's been working in education since 2010, Rebecca has only been with UCPS for 1 year. Over her career, she has worked with exceptional children, English language learners, academically gifted students, as well as many students with physical and emotional challenges. She prides herself on crafting her classroom in a fashion that will reach all students. Here to support Rebecca tonight are her principal, Dr. Jeff Crafton, her fiance, Brian Westney, her mother, Kathy First, who, by the way, is a longtime educator and the current principal at South Granville High School. Okay, Sherry Robinson, a school nurse in North Carolina for the past 13 years, has received the School Nurse of the Year award. Sherry? Sherry, who currently serves as at Weddington High School, has dedicated her life to nursing others and has helped thousands of students along the way. She's now being recognized for her dedication and hard work by the School Nurse Association of North Carolina. Her nomination letter by school nurse Cheryl Herberg states that Sherry values people. Her work is not just a job, and her students and staff are not just numbers, leading to a paycheck, it said. Robinson is known for making people feel valued, heard, and cared for. Here to support Sherry tonight are the nurses who nominated her, Cheryl Herberg and Amy McAdder-Jones, her supervisor, Jane Laney, UCPS Accountability Officer, Carolyn White, and her principal, Jonathan Bowers. Larry Robinson, a drama teacher at CATA, has received the Teacher of the Year award from the North Carolina Theater Arts Educator Association. During his career, Larry has received numerous awards for directing, technical theater, and playwriting, while his students have been recognized for their acting accomplishments as well. The North Carolina School of the Arts honored Larry in 2003 as Outstanding Theater Teacher in North Carolina. In 2011, he received the John Parker Award for Directing at the North Carolina Theater Conference State Play Festival in Greensboro. He received the C.C. Lipscomb Award for Directing at the NCTC State Play Festival in November of 2012. Here to support Larry tonight are his principal, Dr. Kim Fassin, his wife, Brenda Robinson, his son, Zane. Congratulations, Mr. Robinson. Lisa Schilling, UCPS AIG Teacher of the Year, Antioch Elementary Teacher. Lisa Schilling has been selected by the UCPS AIG Teacher of the Year has been selected as the UCPS Teacher of the Year, AIG, for 2015-16. This is Lisa's 14th year teaching. She has taught 4th and 5th grade AIG students at Antioch Elementary for 9 years. Lisa will attend the North Carolina Association of Gifted and Talented Conference in March, where she will represent our district as the nomination for the 2016 NCAGT Outstanding Teacher of the Year. Lisa Gibson, Director of AIG and Federal Programs, says she values the hard work and dedication that Lisa brings to her profession. She added that Lisa's leadership in the area of math for gifted students has been invaluable to the district. Here to support Lisa tonight are her husband, Keith, her 2 sons, Drew, a 4th grader at Antioch, and Dylan, who is in preschool, and Lisa Gibson, Director of AIG Programs, AIG and Federal Programs, fellow teachers Cynthia Simpson and Melissa Scarcona, and Principal Dr. Jamie Benfield. And that concludes the recognitions.
Just put my leg here. You can kick. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we're at agenda item 7, public comments, and I see none tonight. So we will move straight to agenda item 8, which is open session minutes for approval. Do I have a motion from the board to approve the minutes of October 28th and November the 5th?
Move to approve open session meeting minutes.
Thank you,
Second.
Mr. Martin. Second, was that Ms. Helms? Thank you. All those in favor of approving the open session minutes, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any consent agenda?
Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. A second? Thank you, Mr. Sides. All those in favor of the items on the consent agenda, please raise your hand. Signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it's unanimous. And now we have Dr. Jones. And I do see him for the TQ&E presentation. The other Dr. Jones. It's Dr. Jones. No, one's fine.
Very much. I'm a seventh grade teacher, and I've been here from the beginning of Marvin Ridge Middle School. This was a unit, this I believe unit is a writing piece that the kids produce every. It has now become a rite of passage for all seventh graders. Inevitably, as soon as the seventh graders come into the room in the beginning of the year, they will often say, when are we going to write our This I Believe? And so this has been a tradition for the last 9 years. And I have to say it's been a source of pride for our school, for the kids, for the community, because it really is a community event. Just to give you a little bit of background on This I Believe, this was a radio segment that was started in 1954 by Edward R. Murrow, famous journalist. And he just put a plea out to the entire radio community to send us, what is it that you're passionate about? How do you live your lives? What is important to you? And so he was thinking maybe he might get a couple dozen essays that might come through, and lo and behold, there were hundreds of essays that came through. So over the next 20 years, hundreds to thousands of people were recognized with a radio segment. They got to come into the station and read their essays. When you tell kids, particularly seventh graders, that they again are going to be writing an essay, there's usually this collective groan. And so as teachers, we're always looking for different and unique ways to get them to, embrace these writing experiences. So one of the things, we're constantly racking our brains, what could we do that would be a little bit different? And 9 years ago, as I was driving home from work and listening to the radio, I just happened to hear This I Believe essay it was a segment that came on right after the afternoon news. And I said, you know what? This was awesome. And I know that our kids could completely embrace this and they would love to be a part of it. So I came back, and not only did we totally participate in not just writing the essay, but they also had to do kind of this art presentation with it. In addition, we thought, you know what? This could really be a community event. And we decided to bring in people from the community to help us embrace this and tell us, what is it that you all believe? And so over the years, believe it or not, we have had thousands of people that have, in the past 9 years, that have attended this event. We will have easily 300, 400 families that will come and listen to these kids. I can tell you that usually their themes are quite similar, but their essays are always very different year to year. And a lot of times I'll think, oh, it's been so long that we've been doing this. Would we possibly want to try something else? But after you get finished with the unit, inevitably, you're just like, no, this is great. They love doing this. The families love it. Here's some of the topics that they usually will choose. It could be anything from, I think the top 2 topics are moving, which is something that is quite, it's devastating for a lot of kids to have to move, and they love to write about that. They like to write about their friends. They like to write divorce always seems to creep in there every now and then too. Their failures and how they overcome that. And their lives are built around these events that have happened to them and how they've overcome that. And so they have completely embraced these opportunities. Now, there are 3 segments to this particular assignment, and I have some students that I taught last year who would like to come up and tell you about each of these segments. We have Joyce and Megan and Sophie.
Okay, so the first part of this assignment is writing the essay. And before we do this, we'll listen to some essays online and read previous students' essays to, get the gist of what this really is about. And once we get inspiration from these, we'll begin to think of some of our own ideas about what we want to write about. And this process takes about a week. And then we get to the revision stage, and we'll get our peers and students, and we'll go over these until we're satisfied with our final product.
The second part of this assignment is creating a picture of 3 words that describes their essay. And these 3 words are not the title of the essay, but they simply go along with the theme of their writing. And this idea was taken from Good Morning America's Your Week in 3 Words segment. And the students will show their 3 words in a multitude of ways, and they might write their words on their hand or spell them out using different objects, or write them on the desks, and then they will take a picture of them and add them to the bottom or top of their essay, where the other students and parents can see how they represented the theme of their essay in a picture in 3 words.
The last part of the assignment is when we invite people from the community and our families, and we have this huge event. And so for an introduction, we tell them what the project is about, and we show them a video of students working. And after an introduction, we all go to our own homerooms, and we read aloud our essays to a small group of peers.
So in a nutshell, that is the process for the students. There is a short video. If at the end of the night that you would like to, we can go back to this and we can watch this. But we always have at the event, we'll have the students create a video that we will show the parents that show the entire process from start to finish. I can tell you they're always very impressed. And we have had tremendous success of getting some recognition over the years. We have been on the front page of the Charlotte Observer a few times. We have been on the Inquirer Journal. We've had WBTV come in and interview the kids about their essays. It just seems to be one of those resonant kind of events that draws people and gets people to really think about what's important to them. So we're inviting all of you. We'll be sending you an invitation in March. The event will be in April. And so come out to the event, and maybe we can get you to maybe write an essay and share yours. And before you leave, if you want, here are some of the essays over here from past years that the kids have written. Take a peek, and we hope to see you in April. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Jones, if you'll step forward, I'd like to give you your, where'd he go? There he is. And now, by popular demand, I'd like to take a 2 or 3 minute recess, please. Okay, board members, I see us all seated, so I'm assuming that that little break was well-timed. If we would, please, we have neglected one of our special recognitions, so could all board members stand up and move back around front?
Okay, last but certainly not least, we would like to recognize Miss Lauren Balcom, who is a math teacher at Forest Hills High School. She has been selected as the 2015 North Carolina State Finalist for the Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching. Her principal, Dr. Kevin Plew, says the really phenomenal thing about Ms. Balcom is that she is equally adept at teaching all of our students, whether they are our highest academic achievers or they struggle in math. The ability to do that is a rare gift. Lauren has taught at Forest Hills for the past 3 years. She is now one of 3 North Carolina secondary school mathematics teachers to be eligible to receive a Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching Award, the nation's highest award for K-12 mathematics and science teachers in the United States. In his nomination letter, Chad Broom, the high school math curriculum coordinator for UCPS, said that Lauren is one of the most dynamic and well-rounded teachers he's ever known. Her content knowledge is off the charts, and her instructional methods are a beautiful thing to observe. The awards program is administered by the National Science Foundation on behalf of the White House. Present today with Lauren is her husband, Andrew Balcom, her father-in-law, Randy Balcom, and her principal, Dr. Kevin Plew. All right, on behalf of Dr. Ellis for the superintendent's report, I'm going to announce a settlement in the Burns versus Union County Public Schools and Mingus versus Union County Public Schools Superior Court cases. They've been settled in the amount of $160,000.
And that's it for the superintendent's report. I have to remind Dr. Ellis how short they are when she's not here. I like that. And now I'd like to present Dr. McKibben. I believe he is here. Dr. Webb, first off.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'd like to introduce Dr. McKibben to the Board of Education. He's here to provide a summary of the demographic forecast study that he's worked on. He will field questions from the board at the end of his presentation. And effective tomorrow morning, give us some early time in the morning, we will place the report on the facilities webpage underneath reports, okay? Dr. McKibben.
Thank you, Dr. Webb. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My technology is being set up here. Very quickly, for those of you who have not heard my presentations before, which by the way will cure any case of insomnia you've ever had in your life, these are forecasts. They are not projections. And I need to explain the difference between the two before I move forward. A projection is taking 1, 2, or 3 past trends, usually year-to-year survivorship, second grade to third to fourth, maybe a little births, maybe some housing data, creating an algorithm and holding that algorithm constant for the next 10 years. You're projecting out what's happened the last 5 years. These are forecasts. We have built a population forecasting model for each one of the elementary attendance areas, current boundaries, fertility, mortality, migration. Built those models around some very specific socioeconomic, demographic assumptions. And the results of the population forecast drive an enrollment forecast. So it's not your past trends which dictate what's going to happen in the future. It's what's going to happen with your future population dynamics. That's a very, very key difference. Step back for a second. The last forecast series we did 2 years ago, of course, we can't compare at the elementary level because the boundaries have changed. We can't at the district level. But we were off by 83 students out of 42,000, which is 0.2%. So I'm probably not going to get much closer than that. But it's shown time and time again that the demographic model is superior for accounting for all of your demographic trends. Next slide. As I mentioned, there is a set of assumptions that has to go into and I'm going to go through some of the key ones here this evening. As I have to tell people, I am a demographer. I am not a soothsayer. If I actually knew what the economy is going to be like in 2018, I wouldn't be doing this for a living. So what we do is we set these parameters, and if they're not violated, at least at the district level, the enrollment forecast should stay within a 2% band around my forecast line over the 10-year life of the forecast, and they have. Of course, the first big one is we don't go into recession, okay? We've come out of recession. Technically, we're kind of bouncing along the last 3, 4, 5 years. We don't go back into recession. Of course, we don't have a booming economy either. Number 2 is a very key one for 2 reasons. It's interest rates. 30-year fixed mortgage stays below 5%, okay? 2 points. Anytime you use a percentage in an assumption, it's a tipping point. If the 30-year fix goes to 5.1, 5.2%, it's a slight drag on the forecast. If it goes to 8, 9, 10%, it's like hitting a brick wall, okay? And this is probably the most important assumption in the forecast series. Now, there's a bit of a generational problem here. Those of us who remember the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, when the 30-year fixed mortgage was at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11%, 5% still sounds pretty good, right? Not that any of you people there were around the 70s or 80s, but to the young generation, particularly the last 6, 7, 8 years, they have seen nothing but 3, 3.5, and 4. 5 sounds like highway robbery. So, and we saw an indication of this last summer when the 30-year fixed rate creeped above 4% and saw the immediate impact on housing. And the key point here is you need in-migration of young households with kids and having kids afterwards just to keep your enrollment constant. And we'll go through more and more of those details as we go through. But this is the factor that has the biggest impact on the home buying dynamics, not just this area, but all of Charlotte, the whole country. So 5%, and we were assuming it stays below 5%. It was like 3.95 this morning was what I looked at. The rate, mortgage approval rate stays at 1999-03 levels. Why is it back that far? Because that was before the subprime market came on. Back in the last decade, the only requirement for getting a home mortgage was having a pulse. Now they've kind of gone back to more traditional. You people aren't going to laugh at any of my jokes tonight, are you? So, okay. Tough crowd. No additional restrictions placed on home mortgage lenders or bankruptcies, major credit providers. This is Freddie and Fannie. Freddie and Fannie back 85% of all first-time home mortgages in the United States. If they go under, the ball game's over, and I'm going to be way too high in the forecast. Rate of housing foreclosures do not exceed 125% of the 05-08 average for Union County for a year of the forecast, again, before the subprime collapse. Full disclosure, for our housing data, we use Zillow and Realty Track. You can get information down to the parcel level on both services if you buy them. House price, what it's selling for. I like to use 2 data sources. Zillow tends to be better for home sales, particularly existing home sales. Realty Track tends to be better on home foreclosures. So, in fact, you want to spice up your next, cocktail party, buy the forecast and see what your friends and neighbors are behind on the mortgages, and which is probably why I don't get invited to parties anymore. Next slide, please. You're getting there. Okay, that's better. That's better. Anything that's currently planned, platted, and approved is built out by 2024 and is occupied by 2025. Okay. Point here is demographic dynamics are very, very rarely real time. You don't see an immediate impact of demographic change. If someone comes in, drops in 400 housing units in 1 year, that has an entirely different impact than someone coming in, putting in 400 housing units and spreading it out over 7. Okay. Secondly, existing home sales, new home construction, you don't see the full total impact of that household moving in for up to 7, 8, 9 years. They may have preschoolers, may actually have a kid after they moved in. Okay. So even with births, if someone starts tonight, the kid's not going to show up in school till 2022. So you got to account for these time lags in here. The unemployment rate for Charlotte-Mecklenburg area stays below 6.5 for the 10 years of the forecast. Again, that's a tipping point. If it goes to 6.6, stays there for a couple months, drops back down, slight impact. If it goes to 10%, we got bigger problems. So the recent rise in new home construction has ended. Building rates have stabilized. We'll get to that again later in the chart. Your transfer in and out of the school district will remain at 2010 to 15 levels. We do this for a reason. We hold all your administrative policies constant. And the reason we do that is so when you see the changes in the enrollment forecast, they are driven by demographic factors, not by any kind of administrative changes, opening and closing of charter schools, moving programs from one school to the other. These are all demographically driven. If you do have a program or administrative change, you need to add or subtract that from the forecast results. Inflation rate for gasoline stays below 5%. Next slide. No building moratorium. We had a little problem with that 6, 7 years ago with the water and sewer. We're assuming we're not going to have that problem again. Businesses remain viable in the Charlotte area. Number of existing homes in the district are distressed sales. Underwater mortgages will not exceed 20% of the total sales for a given year. You're running about 9 to 10% right now, according to Zillow and Realty Track, so you're in pretty good shape. Housing turnover will be at the current levels, and the majority of existing home sales made by people over the age of 55. And this is, again, a bit of a misnomer. You will have some people move out in their 50s, okay, maybe early retire, job transfers and all that. But you don't start seeing older households move. You see a slight uptick at 62. You see another uptick at 65, retirement. Most of them don't start selling it until over 70. It's not retirement that most people downsize their homes. It's usually the death of one of the spouses, usually the husband, usually from overwork. And at that juncture, I'm better from them than you guys. At that juncture, then the children say, gee, Mom, the house is too much to take care of. Why don't you move closer to us? We'll move closer to you. Okay, and then the house goes on sale. Now, the question I always get from people is, well, how do you judge elderly migration? I says, very, very simple. The migration follows the money. If the parents are doing financially better than the kid comes home and takes care of the parent. If the kids are doing better than the parents financially, they move closer to the kids. And that's how you basically can measure that. So it goes both ways. There's no major natural disasters in the 10 years of the forecast. People used to laugh at that, didn't Katrina came through. Private and homeschool attendance rates will decrease between 0.5% and 1% over the next 10 years. Part of a nationwide trend we're seeing on that one. Foreclosure of commercial property stays the same. And most importantly, the impact of the proposed Union Day Charter School and the preparatory charter school are not included in the forecast. Why? When I was calculating, they hadn't been approved yet. They just got approved recently. So you would have to subtract that impact from the forecast results. We held all those variables constant. Next slide, please. Okay. The first thing to understand your population dynamics is understand the age-sex distribution. And when you get the full report, which will be up on the web tomorrow, I guess, you'll have a population pyramid for each one of your elementary attendance areas. We call this your demographic fingerprint. No two areas have the exact same size shape of their population pyramid, but it also dictates, well, to use statistical terms, probably about 70% of the explained variance of your population change over the next 10 years. And they're very easy to read. 0 to 4, that's your preschool population. 5 to 9, it's elementary, middle, high school. 20 to 34, we call family formation ages. 80% of all births occurred to women between 20 and 34 years old. That's when most people start their families. 35 to 54, these are the ages where most people have kids in school. Some will be a little later, some will be a little earlier. There's exceptions to this, I know, but most people who have kids in school are in those age brackets. Now, I was a first-time father at 40. Okay, so I had a senior in high school at 58, and I'd go to the school functions every time what a nice, well-behaved grandson I had, you know, so, but, you know, it just comes with the territory, but there were very, very few of us in those ages. 55 to 69, this is your empty nest ages, and then 70 and over, those are your turnover. So you can see what proportion of your population is at what point in the life course, okay? Now, this is the most important part, and people keep forgetting about this. When you see new houses coming in, when you see people moving into an existing home, you instinctively want to add it to what you already have in your enrollment, not realizing that in this case, you have a deficit in the 0 to 4. And this is 2010 census, the starting point for all calculations. This bar is now 0 or 5 to 9. If you had had 0 in migration over the last 5 years, left to your own demographic devices, you would have seen a better than 1,500 student drop in your elementaries because the cohorts coming in behind it were smaller. Now you had in-migration coming in, and it was enough to fill in this deficit, okay? But this way people say, well, God, we've had, you know, 10,000 households move in the last 5 years. How could our enrollment be flat or dropping? That's why. And the reason is you have very, very few people in family formation ages. You know, most people are gone. I really can't do that now. You know, women have what they call total fertility rate, and they average about 1.9 in their lifetimes, but that's for their whole lifetime. When you go out and buy a house, particularly if it's $400, $500, $600, $700, most people are usually done with their family formation at that point. They've brought all their kids with them, might have some preschoolers. So your, what we call indigenous births aren't high enough. And this is kind of the aging out process. And you're also suffering from what I call the curse of the successful school district. 85+% of your high school seniors go on to post-secondary education. So they move away and they don't come back. And there's a great way to test that theory because the classes of 2010, 05, and 2000 are having their 5, 10, 15-year reunions this year. Go to the reunions, talk to the alumni, and see how many of them still live in the district. If it's 20%, you're doing real well. Most of the people who are moving into Union County did not grow up in Union County. It's a completely different population. And most of the ones that have moved out as high school seniors don't come back, okay? You don't marry the boy or the girl next door, you marry the boy or the girl in the next dorm. And that's how it works. So, now I'm going to go through, I'm not going to go through all 29 of the elementaries, but I do want to show some of the ones, I think 4 or 5 that are indicative, and you'll notice that none of them look exactly like the district. This is how we get down to, these are the demographic trends of each individual elementary attendance area. You can't build one model to fit for all 29 elementaries. It just doesn't work that way because they have different dynamics. Next slide. Okay, East Elementary. And I put this one in for a reason. East has the highest proportion of rental units in it of anyone in the district. You don't come out of college and buy a house. You come out of college and rent an apartment. That's where most of the family formation takes place. That's one reason why you don't have a whole lot of 20-year-olds here. You don't have a whole lot of rental property, mostly in Mecklenburg County. Then they'll move out here. Okay, but when you have this large number of people relative in their 20s, you'll notice no deficit. You have actually a surplus of 0 to 4. But 5 years later, are they going to see that much impact? No, because most people don't want to raise their kids in an apartment. When the first, definitely the second one gets to like kindergarten or first grade, they're looking to move out to a single family attached house, usually someplace else in the district. So this bar will have dropped. And we check that against the census numbers. Next slide. Okay, Marshville. This is probably the most evenly distributed age structure in the district. Again, a little bit of a deficit in the 20s, but not that much. A little bit of a deficit, but not nearly as severe as the district average. And you start seeing a growing number of turnover households. These are now 65, so within 5 years, you'll start seeing a little higher turnover in the Marshville area. So it has its own unique demographic dynamic. Next one. One of my favorites, Rayview. Okay. Why is there so few people in this age? Because there's no apartments there at all. Rayview is just, I put this in there for a reason. They're built out. There's not much room left. And also Rayview is one of the few areas that did not have their boundaries changed in the last redistricting. So as you can see with the 0 to 4, their elementary enrollment should have been dropping rather precipitously, and has been, and will continue to drop out because these people are moving away, and these are aging forward. They're now in their, these groups are now in their late 40s, early 50s. They're not going to start turning over in large numbers for about 20 years. You will have some households move out and a few move in, but not nearly enough to maintain this size age cohorts in the 5 to 9. Okay, conversely, you also see the same pattern, next slide, in Weddington. Looks a lot pretty similar, but Weddington started getting their households a little bit later, but a huge drop off. The difference though, Weddington is getting new home construction, okay? But look at the size of this deficit, not only from elementary to preschool, but middle school to elementary. Huge drop off, okay? Not a lot of people in family formation ages, so the question becomes, will there be enough people moving into these new households to at least maintain the enrollment? And the answer is barely. So next slide. Wingate. This is the college. Okay, so you see this large number of people in childbearing age and no bubble. It's usually some kind of a college special population. We'll pull all the special populations out before we do our population forecast because most college kids don't have any kids. Next slide. Okay. Now this is probably the most important chart in there. This is your residential building permits, single family homes for the last 15 years. And this was the boom back, and here's the collapse. Okay, peak of that about 4,000. Drops down, comes back up to 13. It's been trailing off for the last 2 years. Again, we've used 2 data sources. The district's planning office has been tracking with the local planning authorities, and I've been using the Census Bureau's 404 website, and they've been within about 13, 14 housing units per month for the last couple of years. So we have a lot of faith in the numbers. But these people moved out now almost 10 years ago, brought their kids with them. That's that first wave that's now starting to exit your schools. A trough came in, and then a second smaller wave is starting to enter now, and it's starting to drop off. The problem is these large number of households that moved in before 2006 are starting to empty nest. And you need to expand your definition of empty nest. Traditionally, we used to think of this when the last child left high school, then you're an empty nester. However, you can be empty nest of preschool kids when the last one enters elementary. You can be empty nest of preschool and elementary when they go into middle, and so on until high school and over. So you've got a large number of households in the district that have children in school, but they're middle school or high school, and there's absolutely no possibility of more kids coming out of those households until they sell the house and move away. They have become empty nest of both preschool and elementary. We have you running somewhere between 1,100 and 1,300 new units coming online to the end of the decade, dropping down to about 1,000 after 2020. That's if the 30-year fix stays below 5%. That's a very, very, very key assumption. Okay, it can't go much lower. It can only go up, and it looks like they're going to raise the Fed rate here sometime, maybe in a month or so. Next slide. Again, we look at, we start with 2010. Think about balancing your checkbook. You have to have an opening balance. 2010 is your opening balance. And we do an entire demographic profile for each one of the elementary attendance areas. And here's a list of some of the variables. Households under 18 population, household size, what the population of those households are at. And you can see pretty wide variation between the different attendance areas. I mean, this is a district average, and then you see quite clearly why we don't use district averages for the individual attendance areas, because there's so much variance in there. You know, Rayview at 358, and that's been dropping. And it goes as low as 2.8 at Fairview, 270 to 267 at Union. So there's a lot of variation. Even at the peak, when you have lots of kids in your households, only 45% of the households had under 18 population in it. And that's been dropping ever since. Okay. So, and there's not a school district in the United States where households with school-age kids make up a majority. The last ones, I think, were in Utah about 10, 12 years ago. Next slide. Some more variables. Percent of households 35-54, the ones that have most kids are school age. 65 and older, that gives us an idea of the potential turnover, and then the home ownership rates. Okay, so if I know the number of over 65 households and can tie that number into the number of homeowners, that gives me an idea of how many households or using housing units can be turned over in the next 10 years. Unfortunately, as we saw in the population pyramids, the large wave of households that moved in the 90s and early 2000s will not get to 65, 70, 75 years old in the 10-year life of this forecast. They'll still be in their households. Most people I've talked to in the district, now, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, like living in the district. They have no plans to leave. This is their home, their community. They're going to stay here, So it's not like, well, that's my last kid graduating. I'm going to beat feet out of here. I don't see or even hear of too many people even talking like that. They actually like living out here. So next slide. And then percent single person households over 65, and again 16% single person households and 10% over 65. This tells me the ones that are probably poised for turnover in the next 5 or 10 years. That's actually a pretty low number. It needs to be up in the close to 20% before you start seeing a big impact on your households. Next slide. This is my favorite one, okay? This is where the rubber meets the road. This is the census count for each elementary area in the 2010 census. So in 2010, 5-year-olds were kindergartners. First grade, second, third, fourth, fifth. And these are the sizes of the cohorts coming in. And this way we can look at the individual cohorts. If there's a big kindergarten or first grade come in, oh, it's growth. Well, is it, or is it just a large cohort? And we can match that up. Now we have to be a little bit careful because this is calendar year versus school year. So there's a little bit of bleed over here. But if you can see an example here, like Indian Trail, okay, cohorts in the 150s, and it was only dropping to the 120s, 130s, pretty constant. It wouldn't take a whole lot of in-migration to keep that constant. Whereas like Rayview, for example, also in the 150s, 160s, dropping down 75, 74, 50. That's a huge drop-off. You would need a lot of households coming in. And we can track, we're able to track the enrollment over the last 3 or 4 years with geocoding and look at those individual cohorts, what the population was. And the next slide is at the district level, but it gives you an indication how we do this. This is the total for the school district. And you can see here, this is, again, 2010 enrollment. This is kindergarten. This 88% of that size cohort. Now, no school district gets 100% of their kids. You get homeschool, you get private school, you get charter school, and all that. Usually between about 86 and 94. But you can see how that cohort has done over the last 5 years. Kindergarten, first grade, second, third, fourth, they're now fifth graders, 2015. And you always see a little pop coming up in first grade because not all kids go to kindergarten. So that's why we don't use kindergarten as our cohort to fire the forecast off, so we use first grade. But if the percentage goes up, and it does here slightly, goes up to 91 to 98, that means in migration, okay? At least for that cohort. This goes to 81 up to 90, so we're seeing a consistent level of in-migration. And you could do an imputation on that to do a measurement of what's the magnitude and the impact of the immigrating household. And you can do that because it's been my experience over the years that when a third grader moves, they tend to take the whole family with them. So it's no safe logic. It's just, guys just aren't going to bite on that. But here's the real kicker. Yeah, all these percentages are going up, so it's clearly in migration. I mean, no one argued that. This way we can measure the magnitude of the impact. The problem is, look at the size of the cohorts you're working off of. 33, 36, 39, dropping down to 31, 29, 27, 25. So you got these smaller cohorts coming in. So yeah, you continue to have in-migration and pretty strong in the early elementary grades, getting up to 104, 100%, 111, 108. That's still a very, very healthy in-migration flow. So when people say, well, they're all moving in, they're right. They're absolutely right. The problem is even with that high amount, these grade cohorts are several hundred students smaller. And the analogy I use here is a bucket of water. If I have a bucket of water, there's a hole in the bottom, but I'm pouring in the top faster than it's running out the bottom, the level will go up. But if the hole in the bottom somehow gets bigger and it's now going out faster than I'm pouring it in, even if I'm pouring it at the same rate, it's going to drop. This is what's happening. The hole in the bottom of the bucket's getting bigger because you have bigger and bigger cohorts, because that wave that moved out in the 90s and early 2000s are now graduating. They're moving on to middle school, moving on to high school, and you see this wave impact. So the impact of 1,000 housing units being built in 2004 moving in is not the same as the impact of them being built in 2014, because your demographic dynamics and your cohort sizes are now completely different. That's why you can't take past trends and generalize to the future. Next slide. Okay, for each one of the elementary attendance areas, we've calculated a full population forecast. Okay, and this is the one for the county total. This is the total. On your report, you have male and female above it, total population, and this is the components of change between each one of the periods. So between 2010 and 15, 1,100 or 11,000 births, 6,600 deaths, natural increase, net migration, change, and all that. Now, people will look at that number and for net migration going, what? Only, I'll line this up myself, 15,000? God, we gotta be more than that. Well, there, you gotta remember, that's net migration. It's number of people moving in minus number of people moving out, okay? So each year you have all of those high school students moving out, and you've got some over 70 moving out, and you've got young households moving in. But you got to remember that you got to do both sides of the equation. You have to subtract out the out migration as well. And you'll notice the slight drop in births, not a whole lot, stayed very constant, but a rather precipitous increase in deaths. And it's not because that your mortality rates are going up at all. It's because you got more people in what we call prime dying age, over 65. I got to think of a better term for that. But anyway, that's why your deaths are going up. So the population still manages to increase, but a key number here is median age, 36 to 40. Median age is the age where half the people are older, half are younger. And when your median age gets up in the high 30s, up in the near 40, that's a sign of an aging population that's, for the most part, not going to have a whole lot more kids in their lifetimes. Next slide. Those results then drive the enrollment forecast, okay? The column in red, this is the launch year. This is 2015-16. This is the year we're using to launch the forecast. And then you can see basically change. You still see some growth in about 2019, levels off, and then 2023 starts dropping off. Now, this is where the bucket of water analogy comes in real handy. Look at the size of your 12th grade classes, 23, 24, 26, 27, 29. Next year goes to 3,000 and stays there. Goes up to 33, over 3,300. That's a much bigger hole, whereas last couple of years, you had to bring in enough students to make up for 23, 24, 2,600 students leaving. Now it's 3,000, 31, 32, 33. And you're not building enough houses to do that, probably won't, and you don't have enough existing home turnover. So you see the wave going through, which is why the elementary basically stays level and really starts dropping off 1920. Wave goes to the middle school, then the wave goes into the high school. But the front of the wave is hitting the high school right now. That's why you had 700. You had a 2,700 leave last year, 3,900 come in as freshmen. That's basically one reason we have this huge increase. Most people don't move when their children are in high school. You probably even heard the stories about mom takes a new job someplace, and the other parent stays back with the child so they can finish high school, and then they'll move along with them, because high school is, really become the battleground for college prep now. And they think changing schools in midstream is not a good thing. So, but even with that, when we start having 3,300 seniors graduating, and you saw relatively large cohorts coming in, you're going to start losing. And when the high school starts losing, you got all three levels basically going down. You're going to see about at least 0.5% drop in enrollment. So given the assumptions I've used in the forecast, a 2% line around this number here is where I should say. And part of the process, and we've been doing this for years, and we're doing all of our forecasts. Call up the district next year in the fall. We'll ask for your fall ADM numbers, and we do performance evaluations every first 3 years of the forecast. Make sure things are tracking. It's 2% at the district level. It's 4% at the school level. Why is it more at the school level? Because it's a much smaller number. 4% gives you a better bound on that. But if it's tracking within that bound, the assumptions are holding, the models are holding, we're in good shape. I will tell you right now, you will not have exactly 42,991 kids in 2018. It happened to me once. Was the worst thing that ever happened to me. It was 3 years into a forecast, hit it right on the nose. And the problem is every time I've gone up there, that district since then, they expect the same level of accuracy. Next year I was off by 9. They just gave me all kinds of grief. But so if you just keep that 2% bound in there, you're good. Now, the key thing you need to remember is these demographic trends are not distributed equally around the district. The last housing or lending boom you had 10 years ago, you're building pretty much all over the place. Now it's more concentrated in the West End. It's probably going to shift up closer to the Independence Avenue bypass with the interchanges and move in that direction too. For another reason, infrastructure, water, sewer, transportation, things like that. More apartments up there, a better draw. So you will see a shifting here, probably sometime, I'd say within probably a year or two of completion of the interstate or the bypass up Independence. They told me half an hour. That's what it is. So I guess I should open to questions at this time. And thank you all for staying awake. So.
Thank you, Dr. McKibben. Do we have some questions from the board members? I would imagine that's a lot of information to digest.
I couldn't have explained it that well.
The questions will be right after you leave the county, probably.
I'm sure. As making the bold assumption I'm coming back too. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
We know how to find you.
Well, you have people that know how to find me, and he's good at it. But I think while you're thinking your questions, conclude on one very, very key point. This growth, leveling off, and decline is not a Union County phenomenon. This is something that every suburban school district in the United States has gone through at least once, if not several times. I think it was a 12-year cycle. You've got all these houses moving out. After 12 years, the beginning of that in-migration starts graduating out. I was just doing some projects on Long Island where they built the original levee towns for World War II, which have built out, empty nested, repopulated, and they've just had this constant wave. They're now like their third or fourth wave because each generation comes and moves out, or has their kids, moves away. It's just they never get back up to the level they were before, because when you first build a subdivision, people who move in there tend to be relatively the same age and they all have kids. So like build that 400 unit subdivision, you sell it if it's in like a 3-year period. When you sell that last house, that's probably the point we have the highest percentage of households with school age kids in it ever, because it'll never have everybody moving out, coming back in at the same time. So it'll again be that wave effect. It's kind of like dropping a rock in a pond or something. The ripples go out, but they get a little smaller as they move out away from the center, the epicenter. And that's the same thing here. You're just now at the peak of that first wave coming in, and you're going to start dropping down. Now the lending boom crises of the last decade just kind of accentuated that situation, made it worse. So probably a little more dramatic downturn now, because again, you're going from 4,000 housing units a year coming online to maybe 1,500. That's a huge drop without a subsequent equal increase in your existing home sales.
Question, this is your presentation, but your report will look similar to what you've given before that we will get.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Like, I'm looking at your last report.
Yep. Mhm.
Is that what you'll give us, or is this presentation your report?
Oh, it looks much better than the last one. Yeah, it's.
Wow,
Used higher quality paper?
Well, no, you guys are putting it out in your paper. It's all electronic now. The new report, basically, it's the methodology and the assumptions. Okay, and that's where the true measure is. Here are the assumptions. Okay, here's the calculations, method use, things like that. Like one thing I didn't mention, your high schools. We hold your dropout rate constant the last year 5-year average. Your high school dropout rates are real low anyway, so it's not that much of a factor, but we go through the methodology and things like that. The interpretation is basically the same. You're just basically 3 years farther into the same trend I explained the last time. I think if you can go back to that chart, the big difference, keep going, the line chart, this one there. 2 years ago, this was on the upswing, Now I had forecasted it to level off and drop a little bit. It dropped even more than I forecasted. However, the last time there was a belief in some parts of the county that this recovery was going to keep going up to about 2,500. Wasn't going to happen. This was what they call in economics dead cat bounce. That's basically what it was. So looking at more like the 1,500 is more like your level. And the point here is even if it had been up here, you're still making up for this size cohort empty nesting, okay? So unless it went up to like here by 2015, you weren't going to have enough households coming in to make up for that. And this round, again, reconfirms that. So you would basically need either an additional 3,000 new homes built or 3,000 empty nest households moving out at the same time. And this is the thing with forecasting, people don't understand. Could that happen? Absolutely, it could happen. When we do the assumptions, we build the models, we have to measure, okay, what's the probability of that happening? They could strike oil, Google could move their headquarters here, but the probability is it's so small. Even if the houses came on sale, the question is there enough young people in Mecklenburg County, where most of your end migrants come from, they can get a mortgage? Mortgage approval rate right now is only 62%. And you got to remember this, it's not like our generation. A lot of these kids are settling with student loan debts and they're having a hard time getting mortgages. So just because you have a big pool of people there that potentially could move out, unless they can get a mortgage, you're not going anywhere, okay? And the mortgage approval rate has dropped a little bit the last 2 or 3 years. So I'm thinking these forecasts probably would be viewed a little more pessimistically than the last ones were. And it's not a reflection on the district or the county at all. It's just a factor of your age distribution and your dynamics. If you could just get several thousand of those nasty empty nesters just to move out to solve all the problems, but they're not going. So.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, actually two. Sure. Dr. McKibben, you were saying that your models can take into account new charter and or private schools. Can you bring it down as close if a new charter schools opens in a certain area, how will it affect the cluster? Not just the overall population, but the cluster, either it's in or near.
They'll probably draw from maybe, if say a 400 student charter school opens, it would probably draw from the immediate area of about 5 attendance areas. Probably most from the one it's located in. There's population centers in that area. So you'd have to make the adjustment at those 5 areas.
Okay. And then will your model forecast out as the charter school starts with, say, grades K through 2, and then it expands?
Oh yeah, the stair step. Yeah,
ages,
yeah.
So it multiplies out. So you can plug that into your model.
You can. I didn't on this one because I didn't put them in. They're not in there. So we just did the same project for, or was it Lawrence, Massachusetts. New charter school started K2. They're adding a 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. So each year we had one cohort coming out of going into their charter school. Conversely, we're doing a project for Albany, New York that just shut down 4 charter schools. So we're measuring the impact of them being dumped back into the system. Now, not all of them came back in, but it was across the board. So yeah, you have to take these charter opening and closing impacts, as they're planning it. And then, if it can only hold 30 kids per grade, that's the cap for pulling out of the area. And charters, as opposed to private schools, tend to pull from a much smaller geographic area, because in most cases, almost always have to provide transportation. So we if it was a brand new private school opening up, we'd probably cast a wider net on the area that would be impacting on that. But again, on these, we don't have those 2 charters in there.
One of the questions I have, you mentioned growth, perhaps shifting towards the northern area where the bypass will impact the area. One of the questions I have with the Porter Ridge cluster, the middle and high level filling out, and Piedmont as well, there's nowhere to take much more growth. And one of the questions I have, the proposed Hemby Bridge Middle and High School, will your assumptions be able to help us to decide if that in reality will be needed, or if this bubble is either also going to pass through that area as well, and that new construction will not be necessary?
I think you'll find when you look at the individual school forecasts, whereas the dominant trend is tailing off for most of the areas around the bypass flatten out or go up a little bit. But the thing here, and I'm glad you used the term growth. We see new houses coming in, how we want to think growth as more people. It goes back to that whole premise of adding what we have already. Remember that even along that cluster, the original homes that were built out there, 90s, 2000s, are empty nesting also. And this is what really gets confusing people who live there. You've got 2 contradictory trends going at the same time. You've got existing homes reducing their household size, new homes coming in with a larger household size, and they start to cancel each other out. Now, on the western edge here, the empty nesting will wind up being the trump variable and will, I think, in the end, override any impact of the migrating new households being built. In the area of the bypass, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think there will be enough new building that it will be able to make up for that empty nesting factor of the existing households and actually show some stability and a little bit of growth. So again, you're seeing 2 different dynamics in 2 different parts of the district. So now the bigger thing is too, there's not as much water and sewer infrastructure, not so much capacity, but infrastructure around particularly the exits of the bypass. There'll be some retail, commercial, they always crop up around each one of the interchanges. I think gas stations by law are required to be built in each one of them first. So, but once that infrastructure is in there, then they can start planning for multifamily and or single family detached. Okay. And the rate of that approval, the rate of the infrastructure will dictate the rate of how that population change comes about.
Dr. McKibben, I just want to say thank you. We've had to make some hard calls over the past 2-3 years. Your data's been invaluable. It's been on the money. Very much appreciate it, and especially the weight of your comments concerning the Monroe connector or the bypass, whatever you want to call it. I mean, we have some schools down there in that area that have infrastructure challenges now as far as excessive mobile units and that sort of thing. And your comments are exactly what we need to be proactive in preparing to meet those. I appreciate the thoroughness of your study.
I appreciate your kind words, sir. And you know, I've been out here so much the last couple of years. I'm not qualified to vote in the next election, but I'm a firm believer that Independence Boulevard is North Carolina's second longest parking lot, and any improvement out there is going to be, if nothing else, even if the bypass is what I just call it that because I don't want to offend anybody, but even if they just take the semis off Independence, that alone is going to make that a much better corridor for commuting and for commercial, I think. I see nothing but good things coming from that. I haven't seen the exact engineering and the layout of the interchanges, how that's going to go. But I think it's going to be a much better situation. But I think the impact for the actual old Independence Boulevard is going to be more commercial than it's going to be residential, because a lot of that's built out already. But it does present a lot of challenges. What's going to happen, I think, north of the bypass when it's finished. But I really believe that you really won't see those impacts till after 2020. I mean, they are moving at the speed of bureaucracy, so you got to take that into consideration. So, thank you, sir.
Well, as somebody who makes the commute from Eastern Union County to Charlotte practically every day, I once again concur with your opinion.
And your hair is not my color.
If they had about 50 more stoplights along Independence, it would never move. But yeah, I think that's going to be a challenge. And I want to digress if the chair doesn't object. Your numbers were critical in our assessment in the redistribution of students in the last adjustment of boundaries. We tried to be as conservative as we could in that redistricting scenario. I know you had reviewed that data, and I'm just curious, what would have been your professional opinion and recommendation to this board had we consulted you?
Well, I didn't get to see all the data, and in fact, I still haven't seen all the data. The only thing I can glean right now was when I was building the population forecast, because I had the old program and in the new program, we had to pull all new census numbers because most of the boundaries changed, so I could see how much the population changed, because I had old area, new area, you know, at least I have a real idea, but never really saw any of the actual numeric how many kids were moved or anything like that. So, and when I do redistricting, I always tell the district, here's a criteria, here's a list, 5, 10, 15 things you want to do, prioritize them, because eventually you're going to come to a situation where you got to make a decision. Is transportation more important? School size more important? Walkability? You got to make and until you set those parameters like that, you really can't tell how many you're going to move. Now, what I can say, because I'm going up to Stanley County for the same argument tomorrow night, the very same, but the difference up there is they're closing 3 schools, so, and you didn't close any. But in fact, Matt Cropper, the guy who did the GIS work, is right now doing the same thing I'm doing in front of Billings, Montana, where we did draw redistrict lines. And smaller district, but in percentage terms, we try to keep below 10%. Anytime you move fewer than 10% of your students, you've done a pretty good job. Okay. But again, the more expansive, and remember, the whole reason you do redistricting, it comes to one reason. Here's the distribution of your buildings and your student seats. Here's the distribution of your students. and they're out of whack. You need to pull them back into equal distributions, okay? Same project in Missoula, Montana. It was very easy. Big railroad track through the middle of town. 60% of the capacity in the buildings was south of the railroad tracks. 60% of the kids are north of the railroad track. Very simple. You either put a building up north, move kids down south, which you have to do. So, and every school district should redistrict at least every 10 to 15 years. Now, and I'm sure you all agree with this, it's such a repugnant procedure. Everybody just hates doing it so much. They, by nature, kick the can down the road. Maybe make little changes here and there, just kind of get by. But the longer you push it back, the more radical your change is going to be. When you put a building someplace, you're stuck with it for 50 years. The dynamics of that area demographically will change 3 times during that same period. That's why when we do school sightings too, where you place a school is very important, because you're going to have to move those boundaries. You need some breathing room in it, which is why I always tell school districts, if someone comes in, a developer, and drops in 400 housing units, and out of the goodness of their heart gives you 15 acres of land to build an elementary school there to serve those kids, 99.996% of the time, you're building it in the wrong place. We're doing a project up around Chicago right now where they did that. They built a brand new school there 15 years ago. And today they can't get a school bus load of kids out of that subdivision because they all empty nested at the same time. So they get this nice 450 student school there, and they're busing kids in from 8 miles away, trying to get enough kids in there, and they can't shut it down. It's only a 15-year-old school. So a lot of the times when you're doing redistricting, and I hate to put too fine of a point on this, but one of the procedures is making up for really stupid planning decisions made 10, 15, 20 years ago.
Well, let me ask that question. Do you see that as an issue with Union County, our placement of schools in the past?
I'm sorry?
Do you see that as an issue with Union County Public Schools, our placement of schools in the past, where we have our schools?
Oh, yeah. That's, I always say, even from now, even with your modification, you still have a problem with where some of the buildings were built, particularly 15 years ago. Now, there's always factors like land availability, land cost, and it's awful hard for a school district that's trying to, show good stewardship with their money to turn down free land. And that's real tough to do. We can save millions of dollars and all that, but and I'll be retired off the board by the time it's a problem, So, but we see this all the time, and it has come back to bite. The only thing worse I've seen is school districts that built elementary side by side, and they're really in a problem now. And most of the ways they solve that is turn one building into a K2, the other one into a 3-5, have a giant, huge attendance area to it. So what looks like commons, and it's hard to think 5, 10, 15, 20 years in the future and plan for that. That's why you hire us. We do that kind of stuff. And that's why my hair is gray. But, and it takes a hard, and also you have to explain why you're doing that too, because as I said here in the forecast, I'm not a soothsayer. I don't know what's going to happen in 2018, 20, and all that. But there are certain things we do know for sure. If we're all here in 2024, we're all going to be 10 years older, okay? Our kids will be 10 years older. These residents will be 10 years older, okay? And how many people have kids? Raise your hand. How many going to have any more? Yeah, a lot of work to do. Okay, and it's just part of where you are in the life course, and we're going to age, where our kids are going to grow up, move away. We're going to empty nest. We know it's going to happen, and it's inevitable. You're never going to grow forever. No school district has, and this area, which is the hot booming place right here, in fact, I could really ran your parade and tell you how bad the market's going to be in 2022, but no one wants to hear that. So your house prices are going to go like that, but that's another lecture for another day. But no one wants to hear that kind of stuff. So it's very, very hard to plan against that kind of stuff.
Dr. McKibben, if I could follow.
You said 2022, right?
2020. In fact, I've told my wife, we are out of our house by 2020. You just sell it, get the hell out of there. It's going to be ugly.
Now, that's all you guys took out of this whole thing.
As a follow-up to school position, that was one of the real problems. The previous board, we've got some new members here now, but for their benefit, we inherited a situation where 3 school clusters were built basically from the state line shortly there in, and therein it was a really tight grouping and a poor choice of location that precipitated the need to redistribute students. This board, in moving forward, I've heard mention of the Henry Bridge site, which is basically backed against the Mecklenburg County line. You, as a professional demographer and in your studies over the years, do you recommend that we place clusters so that their back is against the wall, if you will, and it pretty much dictates that all their growth comes from one direction instead of comprehensively?
Well, yeah, any demographer, geographer tell you the same thing. You know, it's you never put things close to a boundary, okay? Because you're literally, you know, by the laws of physics, I guess, you can only go one direction, okay? The point I make is, you know, take a large view of it and put a site selection and have enough breathing room, because those boundaries are going to have to change, okay? No one wants to say, well, we're going to have to redistrict in 5 or 10 or 15 years. You're going to have to. I know this is what you want to hear right now. You will draw lines again between now and the end of this forecast series. I can guarantee you that, bar none, because the distribution of your students will change so much compared to the distribution of your sites. Now, how it's done now, maybe you'll all be gone by then, maybe not, I don't know, but you're going to redistrict in the next 10 years. Guarantee it. You have no choice. So just like Fort Mill's going to have to redistrict, Stanley County's going to have to redistrict, Hunterville's going to have to redistrict, Rock Hill, all your surrounding areas are going to have to redistrict, because the distribution of students versus distribution of schools is going to change so much, they're going to have to. You know, and if they got old buildings that need to come offline, it's going to be more dramatic, okay? The longer you wait, the higher percentage of students you have to move. And I can tell you from experience, once you start getting above 20% of the students move, 25%, it gets real ugly. You thought last time was ugly, you ain't seen nothing. I got to tell you my story from Atlanta. We redistricted Atlanta, and right when the cheating scandal broke, the day we showed up to start was the day the investigators kept looking at the answer sheets. So the administration just hid. So we had 4, we recommended closing 17. We took 13 to the board. They wound up closing 9, okay? We had 4 meetings throughout the city, all 4 quadrants, had 800 people at each one, and they were loaded for bear. It got so bad that they assigned each one of us a bodyguard. And I had my bodyguard, we're all Atlanta policemen. My nice kid, about 25, 26, about this tall black kid. I liked him. He was really nice. He always called me Dr. McKibben. He goes, Dr. McKibben, if you ever feel threatened by the crowd, they're too close, you do this and we'll move in. I looked at him and says, young man, I'm 6'3", 250, ex-Navy. If I feel threatened by the crowd, this is my signal, you know. You move in, man.
Thank you again, Dr. McKibben. Thank you, and we appreciate your candor as well as your entertaining.
Okay. I do get you laugh at least one before I left, so. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. Dr. Webb, you want to follow up?
Just to close with what are the next steps for us, the staff will begin to take Dr. McKibben's forecast numbers to get to your point, Mr. Sides. We'll start looking at that and allow those numbers to drive the CCEP. Remember, we talked about how that CCEP had to be agile and flexible, and we would make the needed changes to the plan, and we'll take that back to the facilities committee. But it will take us a couple of solid months to do that. So I anticipate taking it to the facilities committee at our February meeting and then presenting what that new plan would look like to the full board in March. That would be our goal. And then that gives you plenty of time to work with the county commissioners. Ms. Cotto said that she needed that information by May. So you have time to work with the county commissioners on your strategy and plan whatever the CCEP looks like at that point in time. Again, remember, it's about agility, it's about flexibility, and about trying to provide stability.
Thank you, sir. Don't walk away. You're there for number 14, Marvin Elementary School re-roofing bids.
Yes. Coming from the Facilities Committee, we are recommending awarding the bid for Marvin Elementary School roofing to AAR of North Carolina. They're out of Kernersville. We opened the bids on October 29th. There were 5 contractors that bidded on the project. Unfortunately, this project is over budget. It's one of the TPO roofs. As Facilities Committee, you're well aware, the TPO roofs are those 99, 2000 up buildings. The older the building, they've deteriorated the roof decking, got behind the old ephes, or I call it the stucco. And so there's a lot of repair work that has to go there. The bid came in for the base bid areas and the alternate areas that you've seen in your package for a total of $630,300. That project is unfortunately over by $240,000 and a little bit of change. What we're asking as the staff is proposed to use funds from the other 2015-16 CIP roofing projects that have yet to been bid. The recommendation from the Facilities Committee is to award this contract contingent upon approval from the Board of County Commissioners for flexibility to use funds from other projects, legal review, and obviously Mr. Kopinski being able to do the pre-audit on that project. This is very similar to what happened with the Fairview project at last month.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. On behalf of Facilities, I move to approve the awarding of this contract. Also, that we ask the county commissioners in writing to allow us to backfill the overage so that we can proceed with the pre-audit certification.
Motion comes out of Facilities. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion?
Who's going to the county commissioners in person?
Okay, that was my question. Beat me to it.
As far as I'm concerned, I think the motion came out that we're going to send it to him in writing.
I'm sorry.
Going to send it to him in writing. Further discussion? All those in favor of the, you have something else to say?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Didn't we agree to go before the county commissioners for any overages like this?
That's a good question. I'm not sure as our board, we ever voted on that.
Well, we did at the joint meeting.
And it was a combined joint vote. Can we do that?
You're the chair, you tell me. We did.
Care to weigh in on that, Ms. Mars?
I think this board needs to make a decision as to how it's going to respond.
Okay.
I make a motion that we send somebody to the county commissioners in person. I make an amendment I make a motion to amend that motion that we send somebody in person.
I will second that motion.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any discussion to it?
I have a question, Ms. Morris. Legally, do we have to send somebody because we are supposed to be 2 equal boards?
Madam Counsel, as a follow-up to Mrs. Helm's question, our statutory requirements, as spelled out, require us to make the commissioners aware of our needs. And by doing that, have we met our statutory obligation?
Your obligation is to make the commissioners aware of your needs. The law does define you as 2 co-equal boards. It's the commissioner's policy that indicates the need to come before them. There's no statutory requirement.
That all being said, are we going to get the, if we don't, and they don't move the money, do we get the money moved? Ms. Morris?
That's the decision of the commissioners.
And they're not going to move it.
They haven't in the past. They
So-
told us at the joint meeting, send somebody. They told us before that, send somebody. And I don't think they've approved a single one.
They're not,
They've
I
asked for
mean,
another person.
the commissioners aren't going to approve it. So let's just, I think we all know we're an equal board with the county commissioners. We're in charge of a $400 million budget, both state and county. We're in charge of educating 43,000 students. If that's not equal, I don't know what is. But let's just send somebody in front of the county commissioners and talk
here.
about it.
And with that being said, I just want to remind everyone, I think we have about 3 bids right now. Wesley Chapel, I believe, is going to expire on December 7th. So I think we're going to lose out on that opportunity. We have Fairview Elementary that's going to expire on December 15th. And we have Marvin is going to expire on December 29th. So I think the sooner we make this decision, the better, before we have to send out and have these rebid again.
And this board is prepared to give up control of their own budget by doing that.
Well, it's not going to happen though if we don't do it. And I'm not prepared to not take care of our students. That's the most important thing to me, is to make sure we take care of the roofing. You know what? It's a game. I'll be honest. It's a game being played by the commissioners. I'm tired of it too. But if we need to do it, we need to do it. And let's just go. And you know, Ms. Merrill, I think you're on the facilities committee. I think you'd be a great person to go speak on our behalf. That's just my opinion. And
Well, she volunteered. Well, let me ask you this, if we don't do that, what's our plan B?
Mr. I think it sets a bad precedence for our board to move forward in that fashion. I believe if we make our requests known in writing and answer any questions that we have, or have our staffs answer questions, that's sufficient for our board to be able to work with the commissioners, as opposed to having to go there every time we need funds moved or transferred to take care of roofing type activities. And I think we made that clear in our joint meeting.
And if I'm correct, there's no parameters on that money. It could be as little as $1.
What's the plan B? The commissioners have already said if we do not go there, they're not going to give us money. They can read. I can give them all this. I can send it with the vice chair out there.
Listen,
They're not going to read it.
we sent stuff. Ms. Cotto gave us options one time. We took one of her options, and it was still denied because we didn't go in person, even though it was an option specifically given to us by the county manager. It said it was option A, B, and C, and we said, okay, we'll do option B. And then it was denied. So, I mean, listen.
Are you talking about funding for the emergency items, the
Yes.
3 emergency
And
items?
so now I'm like, you know what, I don't like the idea either, but I'm also tired of playing the games. I know it's a game, but it's what are we here for? We're here for the students, we're here for the teachers. And this is taking care of that. So I call the question.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to take prerogative to violate the call of the question, like always happens with me. for a
Not that it
change.
hasn't been done before tonight.
I tend to agree that the statutory authority of this board is what it is. We have met our statutory obligations to notify the county commissioners of what our needs are. And if they want to play games with the welfare of our students in classrooms and schools that are leaking, that's their prerogative. That's not my burden to bear. It's not this board's burden to bear. So if you want to enable further playing of games, you vote your conscience. But I'm going to stand for the sovereignty of this board, our statutory mission, and we're going to meet our statutory duty. Now, that's my opinion. Now, Mr. Chairman, you can call the question.
How are we going to, what's the plan B? How are we going to get the roofs paid for? The plan A is to write a letter. That's plan A. So what's plan B? I just want to know.
Don't look at me. I'm the board chair. I shouldn't be involved in the discussion as much as I have been.
Well,
Okay,
I
so
think the
what's the plan?
statutes are very clear when there's budgetary discrepancies, and Lord knows, if I never sit through another day of mediation or hear the word lawsuit, it'll be too soon. But some of the same players, the county manager, Cindy Cotto, put us in the position to have to take the county commissioners to court to address $91 million of needs that have been neglected. And, like I say, we're elected by people to represent our constituents as far as education is concerned. We're doing that. We're identifying needs, sound needs based on strict purchasing and budgetary constraints. And to be honest with you, I mean, it's like I made the comment earlier about grandstanding politician with our employees. I mean, we've got one of the worst transgressors with the assistant county commission chairman sitting out there tonight that has rolled forth some of the most rancorous politics between the Board of County Commissioners and this school board that we've ever seen.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. What's that
Mr.
got to
Chairman,
do with
And the
the
point of
question?
order is, we're discussing what our plan B would be.
Mr. Stewart berating a county commissioner has got to do with roofs.
Mr. Sides, let me make it clear. I berate you too for your grandstanding politics. You're ready to throw employees
Oh, yes,
under the bus
Mr.
with no
Private's
record or
gnats
whatever.
On
All right,
Facebook.
all right,
You're
all right.
going to talk.
That's enough, gentlemen. Do I have to have the loudspeakers taken off? Okay.
May I finish, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir, quickly.
This board needs to stand up for what we were elected to do. If you want to kowtow and play these games, go ahead. I, for one, will not be part of it.
And the
Well-
point is, our legal responsibility is fulfilled by what we're presenting.
There
And
is,
if the county commissioners don't trust their staff to relay this information to them in a timely and proper fashion, I don't think that's our job to fix.
well, I agree, there is kowtowing, whatever that is, and then there is working with people. Does everything have to be a rule? Does everybody have to tell you what to do? Does everything have to be, we're just going to do just by the law? Is it going to kill somebody on this board to go to the county commissioners and say, this is what we need, and then they say no? What is that? Has it hurt our pride? What has it made us look bad? Do they take away my $150 a month? I'm not understanding. So what are we going to do? Our plan B is either get it from somewhere else or sue. So we're doing this or this because we don't want to kowtow.
Okay, I don't see this conversation.
And I'm not saying, and I'm just seriously asking, because I know I went through the lawsuit as a citizen, and I know what happened. I know what I said I was going to do when I got elected was to work with people. And I get it. There's history, there's blood. I get all that. But somebody has to be the bigger person, put on their big girl panties, big boy pants, and do what's necessary.
I'd like to call the question on the.
Well, I have a question because you asked.
Because you asked me if I'm kowtowing.
Ms. Vice Chair, you asked the question, what's Plan B? So what is then Plan B if we were to go to the commissioners
Right.
and they were to say no?
Mhm.
Don't we also need a Plan B?
Absolutely.
All right,
But
so-
then, but at least we follow through.
Well, we're going to follow through. We're going to follow through in writing.
Okay.
And then let's see what happens.
But we know
And
what's going to happen.
then we can see what's planned.
We know
We
what's
know
going to
what's
Is
happen.
gonna
there a
happen.
guarantee we're going to get it if we go there?
But we.
No, but there's no guarantee
we
we're
write
not
a
gonna get
letter,
it.
All right,
we know
all
we're
right.
going to be told no.
We've had enough people talking over
I'd
each
like to
other.
call the question on the amendment, please.
I'm about to go back to raising your hand, and I will acknowledge you to speak. We're not going to shout over each other.
I'm not shouting.
We're not going to talk. So all you have to do is say, may I speak? There's
May I
5
speak,
people
please?
talking. There's no discussion. Ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hear what everyone is saying, and I agree with you. I do agree with you, but at the end of the day, as the Board of Education, our number one priority are these children and these schools. And Fairview is in my district. It's actually my polling location. And just like this week, back in November, it was pouring down rain. And when I went in to vote in November, there had been several days of rain. And this is where both of my children went to school, in elementary school. And so I decided to pop in after our facilities meeting just to see, okay, what is the state of the roofs? Because in the 9 years that I volunteered at Fairview, I had never seen issues with the roof or rain. But lo and behold, the day I went in to vote, I decided to walk through the hall, see what's going on, and there were enormous trash cans sitting at major intersections, tiles missing from the roof, huge stains, drywall damage. In the media center of all places, there were huge, what are they, 50-gallon containers or something sitting all in the media center with tiles missing. And, and I thought, well, what's the moisture doing to the books? What's the moisture doing to all of the audio equipment? And so at the end of the day, it is our responsibility to get money to fix these roofs. And if that means we have
We already have the money, right?
Not if it's over budget.
We're not asking for additional money.
And we can't pre-audit the bid before it expires unless we, play by the rules. And unfortunately, these are the rules right now. And the last comment I'm going to make about this is when I was volunteering in the schools and before I earned this seat a year ago, I know firsthand that previous board members did attend county commissioner meetings on a regular basis. I know Dr. Ed Davis attended regular board meetings on county commissioner meetings on a regular basis. And I don't think it would hurt any of us to go attend a county commissioner meeting on a regular basis. We have liaisons. I say if this is the rule right now, let's just get started, take care of our schools, take care of our roofs, and let's get going. Thank you.
I'd like to vote on my amendment now.
Okay, we have an amendment, and would you restate the amendment, just so we can all hear it? It's been a while.
It's a motion that we send somebody to present this to the Board of County Commissioners. And it's not just this one. I would like to move that we.
And it received a second.
What's that?
And it received a second.
It received a second.
So at this point, we have had the question called innumerable times. And I will try to exercise that at this point. Does anyone have any questions about the motion first? Yes. Okay. All those in favor of that amendment, please raise your hand and say aye. 2, 3, 4, looks like 6. All those opposed, nay. Looks like 3. Okay. Okay, now we have the original motion with the amendment added to it. So essentially, we are taking out the written request and replacing it with a formal visit, correct?
No, sir, I'm not withdrawing the written correspondence. Let whoever decides to go carry it with them.
I'm fine with that. All right. Can we vote on this original motion now? Is everybody prepared, or any other comments without hollering over each other? All those in favor of the original motion and its amendment, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye. 2, 3, 4, 5. How many was that? 7? 8. With the amendment. Am I going to have to do this again?
No, I'm good.
Did you get it wrong? I think everybody put their hands up that had their hands up. Hold them there. Okay, so that's, did you get 7? And all those opposed to it, raise their hand, please. All right. 2. Motion passes. Number 15, Walter Bickett Elementary School addition and renovation bids.
Yes, We took bids for the Walter Bickett Elementary School addition on October 6, 2015. It did come over budget, but by general statute, we were able to negotiate with the lowest bidder to get that project down. We were able to get the project down by keeping the flexibility and adaptability for the teacher, the students, the administration, and obviously the school system by adding the classrooms to 15 classrooms. But to get the budget down, we had to do some value engineering, and part of that value engineering was to reduce the overall size of the cafeteria, which was the bulk of the savings, but it still meets the criteria of a student population of 1,000 for that school. Keep in mind that the reason for that size is that's a Title I school, there's more hands there, and they need more space. So we still feel really comfortable about the budget, and we recommend from the Facilities Committee to move forward with awarding this project to Godfrey Construction in the amount of $6.3 million. The original bid came in at $8,485,000.
Mr. Stewart?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Webb, for negotiating this down and getting it in budget and ensure we have a contingency. On behalf of facilities, I move to approve.
Does not need a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Dr. Webb, you're going to be up there all night. Item 16, the DPI 5-year facility needs survey, sir.
The last item for Dr. Webb is dealing with the DPI survey. Every 5 years, all the LEAs across the state must complete the survey. I will tell you that our survey, we get that about mid-September. The software is populated with certain parameters that we can't change by DPI. We go in and add what information we have, and we built this survey off of the information we had at the time, which was McKibben's forecast, which drove our current CCEP. What we discussed in the Facilities Committee that when we submit this in January to DPI, that we attach a letter with that we have current information from our demographer, and that we will be adjusting the CCEP over the next couple of months. Remember, I shared with you that would be early March that I hope to present that to you. We have to sign off on it as a board, and we must send that to the county commissioners that they have reviewed it as well. It does not obligate either board for funding. It's just simply showing you in a snapshot in time where we are with our current facility needs. Again, and I'm sharing with you, those needs are going to change based upon the report that we're going to analyze and get out to the full board in March.
Do we need a motion for that one?
Yes, sir.
Exactly. Oh, unless you'd just like to ask questions prior to the motion, but usually we have a motion and a second and then we question. Will it work that way? Are we okay?
Mr. Chair, on behalf of facilities, I move to approve and forward this to the county commissioners for signature.
Thank you, sir. We now have the motion out there. Any discussion with this?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Webb, you and I talked, but I think it's important to bring this up because I think if I had the question, other people may as well. Sun Valley High is on here. I understand is a new school replace line item.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's got adding 2,200, and then it's got a line item with the current Sun Valley High, like if we kept it like it was and did a new school. So it's got 2,200 and the capacity out years twice.
That is correct. You will, once the board makes a final decision whether you are going to replace that school, then you would pull off the replacement, the bottom part of that number, that 2,200 would be subtracted from there. However, you've not decommissioned that school at this time, so that's why it's there. So we don't know if you're going to go with the new school or if you will be doing repairs and renovations to Sun Valley. Whichever one we will take that 2,200 off of the total available seats.
Right, so it's good to note that the total capacity, it's a little off. It's either going to be, it's still going to be 2,200.
That's
because
correct.
we're not doing enough.
And again, the most important thing to realize is that what will be driving your construction over the next several years will be your CCEP, and it must continue to be flexible and adaptable. And as you work with your county commissioners and your liaisons, I remind you as a Shared Facilities Committee, it will be extremely important that there is some sort of inflationary cost associated with the projects, because when you're starting project in year one and you've shared with the voters that their project's in year 6 and you're going through this and you get to year 6, if you've not accounted for those cost adjustments, you may run out of money. You have the potential to run out of money. And so it will be extremely important for Mr. Yates and Ms. Cotto to put in some sort of inflation cost as they work through their planning phase in May.
Thank you. And one other thing,
Okay.
since I have the mic, I don't know when I'll get it back again.
Watching.
I would, in this executive summary letter, and I don't know if this is just me, but I feel a little uncomfortable with the second paragraph where it says the Board of Education is to certify that the survey is a true representation of needs. You know, we just heard from Dr. McKibben. I think if we could put a true representation of our CCEP, our plan, whatever the definition of that, to add to its fluidity, or something.
For those of you that this is new, and Dr. Webb can explain it perhaps better than I can, this is not etched in stone with DPI. We do this every 5 years. And, you know, right now, our need presentation is based upon the CCEP. Without an adjustment of that plan through the Facilities Committee and this board, that is the document that will guide this submission. And like I say, there's nothing etched in stone. Once we submit it, we don't have to mandatorily comply with this. So,
and ma'am, the executive summary does not, if that's not submitted to the board, that's really for you. That does not go to DPI. No, we're going to attach the letter with that survey, sharing with it that we will be prioritizing and analyzing our current CCEP with the new information that we have.
what's the deadline for submission and signatures needed?
January 8th, we will be hand delivering this to the county commissioner, to Ms. Cotto's office, county manager, tomorrow. Mr. Hughes will do that. He'll provide a disc for the county manager and the board of commission chair to review. So again, it's not committing them to financing. It's just that they've reviewed the needs that are there.
Yeah, and going forward, it'd be great to see some of this a little bit more in advance. It's kind of a quick turnaround. I know you guys had a lot to put in here, but I know we have to approve it tonight so you guys can get the board of county commissioners so they can approve it, and then we can get to DPI by the 8th. I'm echoing kind of what Leslie said. If I go to page 2 of the summary where we're actually saying the DPI, the administrative unit, we say we do hereby certify that the needs identified herein are a true representation of our situation. Obviously, the stuff McKibben gave us today may change that. Also, from a strict needs standpoint versus strategic plan standpoint, I view things as, needs and then strategic plan. Needs being, to me, resource capacity standpoint, those are true needs to me. We got to make sure we're capacity, and making sure that the facilities are up to par. And then there's, strategic plan things like the Advanced Technology Center, right? That's more strategic plan versus resource and needs, So I think that's kind of where I get, iffy on the needs standpoint.
Again, we have to work within their boxes. So we're very limited, and very often we can't make changes inside the box. They'll populate the ADM. They'll populate certain criteria throughout the whole report. Again, I'll go back. We can change the executive summary because that really stays here in-house. But the actual survey that goes to DPI, it's pretty limited what we can do. I go back and say again, for the record, this will not drive your construction It will be what you as a board with your CCEP coming from facilities and the full board will drive your needs and strategic planning over the next several years.
Is it fair to say this is just a formality that we have to go through every 5 years with DPI?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And in regards to the time, only one person can work on this survey at a time. So we get it in the middle of September, and again, we have only access, one person can code in and work on it.
Mr. Sapp?
I raised my hand.
I know. I like that. Thank you.
I got this yesterday. It's hundreds of pages. I was never good in college at pulling all-nighters and cramming. I can't vote present or absent or abstain. So I just got a real problem on voting on something that I haven't had an opportunity to absorb, even to the point where I have questions. I just, I'm not trying to blame anybody. I'm just trying to say I don't feel comfortable voting for something I haven't read because I just haven't had time.
I will apologize for the short notice, but we got it on the 24th of November. It came out in the board packet on the 24th. So we've had, and I realize it's still a lot of information to digest from the 24th.
And that was as fast as we could complete the survey to get to facilities committee, and with the timeline with the holidays to give the county commissioners time to review it. If we waited till January, we would not meet our requirement of having it to the state. But they will not give us an extension.
Mr. Sides, I am with you completely. In 6 days, it takes me that long to go through the 6-page Dr. Seuss book sometimes, so I know I'm a little slow with digesting that information. I certainly sympathize with you. Yes, ma'am.
I raised my hand this time. If it makes you feel better, I did pour through it. And I felt a little silly with the amount of hours I spent pouring through the 600-page document after I had a 10-minute conversation with Dr. Webb this afternoon, because I had all these questions. Why is this number? MCRs, it doesn't match, other documents. And it's just a formality. A lot of the numbers in this DPI document, they put in, we didn't put in. And for example, like a lot of the Title I schools are required, we are automatically put at 1,000. It doesn't mean we're going to build to 1,000. It just, gives us that flexibility. So a lot of it's just a complete formality. It's our 5-year limit is up. We have to send it back to them, and they put in a lot of the numbers we didn't. And this, and what Dr. Webb did share with me, this will not drive what we learned from McKibben tonight or, any future renovations or additions, if that helps.
At this point, I think we've talked about that as much as we need to. We need to vote on it. All those in favor of sending the DPI 5-year facility needs study forward to the commissioners and then to the state, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye. 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 All those opposed? 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Clark and Ms. French.
Good evening.
Make this painless.
This is, try to here. This has been the most painful calendar I've had to put together since I've been doing this. The school calendar, as you remember, you requested to get some flexibility from the state with regards to calendar. And at one time we used to have flexibility, a lot of flexibility. And over the past 10 years, that flexibility has been reduced. At one time, 10 years ago approximately, they said you had to start school on August the 25th and you had to end by June 10th. And I think that they felt like they were giving us more flexibility with the next change, which was to start school on the Monday closest to August 26th and end school on the Friday closest to June 11th. Well, that gives us some flexibility. It's like an ebb and flow of a calendar. Well, this year we're probably in the ebb part, the flow part, I guess. It's part of it that's the most the most number of days we can put work days into a calendar. And next year it's going to go like this. and you're going to sequence together because the first day that you can start school in a traditional calendar is August the 29th. So it is a very challenging calendar, but we're here to present to you the three superintendent recommended calendars for the traditional school, for the year-round school, and for the early college. The process, as you're aware of, involves a calendar committee. Ms. Merrill sat on that calendar committee this year for us as a board representative. You've got a listing of the people who were asked to serve on the calendar committee. We met 2 times in October, and from those 2 times, the first thing we voted on, that the committee voted on, was to determine whether they were going with recommending an 185-day calendar or to recommend basically the 1,025 minimum instructional hour calendar, but we put it into 180 days. We actually get in 1,000 and I believe 80 hours of instruction, so we go way beyond the 1,025, which has provided us some help for days like 2-hour delays for snow and things like that in the winter time. So that was the first thing, and they voted to go with the 1,025 or the 180-day school calendar. The next thing that the group was improved, they took a week in between to prioritize when they wanted to take their breaks. The prioritize, and also to look at whether to go back to do some early release days. There was a request from instructional division to have 4 early release days for staff development. And so they did the survey, provided that information back to us, and the 3 dates in priority order that for breaks is the winter break. They wanted as long a winter break as they possibly could have, 10 days, as much as 10 days as possible, a week-long spring break, and then their third priority list was a travel day, the Wednesday off before Thanksgiving. That's the priority. So we built the calendar based upon their prioritization, took it back the next week. We had another sort of vote, formalized vote by the committee at that point in time on the early release days, and also formalizing the dates, the calendar that they had, and they voted on a calendar that was then taken to the superintendent and also to the PAC committee, which is the superintendent's advisory of teachers from each school, and also to the principals, and provided feedback to us. If you look at the calendar, because the days are squished on the traditional calendar, we squished a lot of those work days out to the outside of the calendar. We go from basically having, I believe, like 7 days of work days on the outside of the calendar this year to having 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days. It's 6 days to 10 days, 6 days to 10 days. So we have 4 work days that are now pushed out of during the school year out to the outside of the calendar. So 4 less days in the middle of the year for students and staff to have work days in the middle of that calendar. If you also will notice, we're 1 less day off in the winter than we have this year. We have 1 less day off at spring break than we have this year. And then, so the challenges again were the constricted days you had for your school year. You had the number of work days that are reduced. You also can see on here, because we don't have a lot of work days in the calendar, on the traditional calendar, you only have 1 recommended makeup day. So that's going to be a challenge for any kind of days off that might come with regards to snow. Right, but some of our extra hours could help for that because we have 1,080 hours. And with that said, I'm actually recommending to you for all 3 of the calendars with regards from the superintendent.
I might like to just say that I'm constantly amazed when I meet with other school boards around the state that unanimously we all favor more flexibility in the calendar. And yet the legislators don't hear us.
And this calendar is bad, and next year's calendar is going to be bad. The next year's calendar is going to be bad. And the next, you've got 3 years in a row, it's going to be constricted like this. It's going to be a really big challenge before you then begin to see some flexibility if the law stays in place.
And a lot of it is driven by where the holidays fall.
Correct. And where the weekends of before the 26th.
Right.
I have questions.
Let's get a motion and a second, and then let's go ahead and discuss it.
Motion to approve the calendar as presented.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. I have a second. Did you get that? Okay. Questions?
What's the yellow?
See, I gave you the mic back again.
That is in the year-round school. That is their breaks during the year-round period, the 2-week breaks or their intersections, what they call intercession. And we can clean that up a little bit, need be too, because it isn't listed in the legend. So I'll make sure we address that.
I had a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Now, I know that the calendar committee is recommending the old bank style days, the early release days. Was that a unanimous vote from the committee?
There were,
And who, if not, then was it majority staff was requesting them? Or was it by parents? What was kind of the breakdown, if you will, of that?
well, from the calendar committee. Now, the survey ended up, the survey was sent to the calendar committee, and the calendar committee, since it was a Google survey, a good number of surveys were also sent out to other people beyond the calendar committee. So and one of the questions on the survey was, are you on the calendar committee or are you not on the calendar committee? So we've got parents, teachers, student principals, district administrators, community members of all who voted on it. If you look at I'll give you both viewpoints. Okay. If you look at the survey as a group survey for the early release days, it was a 54 to 45% vote in favor of the early release days.
Okay.
Okay. If you look at the calendar committee, it was a 20 members of the calendar committee voted for the early release days, 3 voted against the early release days, and 2 just did not vote at all either way.
Okay. Also, on the calendar proposed that the early release days are usually on a Monday or a Wednesday. Previous years, we had them on a Friday. What was the purpose of putting them at the beginning of the week or the middle of the week versus a Friday like previously?
And we went in there with no decisions on where those dates would be in the first place. And the very first meeting, and Ms. Merrill could vouch for this, we had a long conversation regarding bank days and people sort of giving their feelings for it. One principal specifically mentioned how and asked the committee that we look at not having them on the Fridays because for attendance purposes, attendance for staff or attendance for students, but that if it's going to be for professional development, the staff will take it more seriously if it's in the middle of the week versus the end of the week.
Okay. And do we have any comparison of when we had bank days and the students' attendance on those bank days?
Can't go back. Unfortunately, we can't go back and look at that because NCY's data we no longer have NCY's data to compare to Power School data. So that is a good question, and I'd love to look at it. Maybe it's something we specifically document if you vote for it, and we have it in the next year to really look at those days specifically.
Yes, I would like to see what
we
the
can do
actual
that.
attendance is versus a traditional day.
May I make a comment? Yes. In our level meetings, elementary, and good evening. In our level meetings, elementary, middle, and high school, Dr. Ellis did request that the principals go back to the schools and talk with site-based committee. The high school principals all voted in favor. Middle school voted in favor. 6 of the elementary voted. So what that equals is about 12% versus 88% that were schools that said for professional development. So she did ask the schools to have conference, confer with one another in their site-based to look at that. So she did ask for that additional verification.
Any other questions? Comments? Then we have a motion and we have a second. All those in favor of adopting the calendars the way they are, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education. I'm here for you with policies. All right, policies for review. First one we have is policy 3-2A, Employee Code of Ethics and Standards of Conduct. This policy is coming for review at the request of staff. It's gone to the policy committee and is here for your review tonight. Do you have any questions on that policy?
Okay.
Seeing none, we'll move to 420.
420, student wellness. This is also coming at the request of staff. And the changes are the addition of some statutory references in section D on page 3 of 6. And we would be asking that you fast track this policy. Ms. Lamar has an audit coming, I think, December 16th. Mr. Karpinski, that's correct. And this policy, it would be helpful for her. It's important that it be amended to take care of those statutory references for that audit.
If I'm not mistaken, to fast track this policy, we have to vote to suspend our
You have to have
rules.
supermajority, yes.
We need a supermajority to do that.
Yes, that's correct.
So I would ask for a motion.
On behalf of curriculum, I make a motion that we fast track policy 4-20 student wellness to be approved.
Probably two, theoretically.
And that was on behalf of policy? Policy committee?
We were just discussing, we only have this on for informational. And we did
Correct, that's
probably
why you have to make the motion
Yeah,
to
so we have to
fast
make
track
the
it, to
motion.
suspend your
It's
rules.
Still informational.
Until you make the motion to
So
suspend your
we have a
rules.
motion from Ms. Helms that states that you would like to suspend the rules and suspend the rules. Okay. I have second, thank you. All those in favor of suspending the rules so we can fast track this policy, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, we've done that. Now we can take the motion from Ms. Helms on student wellness.
Okay, so I make a motion on behalf of policy that we approve policy 4-20 student wellness.
And that comes from policy, so we don't need a second. All those in favor of approving the student wellness tonight as we sit, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Thank you. Passes.
Thank you very much. Now on to policies for approval. First one is policy 1-4, board responsibilities. That one, the revision is coming due to statutory changes, and this has been before you at the last board meeting, went back to policy. There were no proposed revisions by policy, and so it's here for your approval tonight.
On behalf of policy, I make a motion that we approve policy 1-4, board responsibilities.
Any discussion at all? All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Opposed? We're unanimous. 217.
That policy is here for your approval tonight. It came before you at the last board meeting, went back to policy committee. There's been no recommended changes since it was before you last time, and it's here for your approval tonight.
On behalf of policy, I make a motion that we approve policy 2-17, ethics and purchasing function.
Do you have a question? You just want me to hurry up? Yes, ma'am.
I have a small question. Not sure which paragraph this is, but on right here where it says may be confidential at the discretion of the superintendent or designee.
Yes.
Okay. Could that be at the discretion of the Board of Education or is it the discretion of the superintendent? Is it the discretion of the board or the discretion of the superintendent?
Well, the language that's proposed is that the superintendent, if the board wishes to change that, the board can change that. But the statute allows for it to be at the discretion of the superintendent or designee.
I mean, because this is new and that it wasn't at the superintendent's discretion previously.
Was that?
The statute allows for it to be, no, the statute allows for it to either be confidential or not. This language is taken directly from the North Carolina School Boards Association proposed policy.
And so the North Carolina School Board uses superintendent, not Board of
Correct.
Education.
Correct.
Okay.
All those in favor of this policy that came out of 217, that came out of policy, please raise your hand. Say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. 421.
Parent organizations, this policy was before you last month. and went back to policy committee. There was a discussion at the last board meeting regarding the paragraph, parent organizations are responsible for electing their own officers, blah, 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 regarding the volunteer process and who's responsible for that. Went back to policy. Policy elected to leave the language as is. It's here for your approval tonight.
On behalf of policy, I make a motion that we approve policy 4-21, parent organizations.
Have a motion from policy. All those in favor?
Can I ask a
of
question on
four-
this real quick?
Oh, sure.
I don't have any problem with the wording. Do we have anywhere any documentation of what an approved volunteer can do?
Yeah, approved volunteers, it's based on what the school needs them to do. So it's really up to the administrator, but in order, at one point there were levels.
Okay.
A level 1 volunteer.
It's not it's up to the school.
Pardon me?
It's up to the individual school what an approved.
Now you're approved, you can do anything that the school.
But no, is there a list of like, this is what you had, this is what only approved volunteer can, there's an approved volunteer and there's not an approved volunteer. And this is
Correct.
what at the school you had to be an approved volunteer to do, and this is what anyone can do.
If you're not an approved volunteer, you can, as a parent, attend an event that your child's in, go to the classroom. You can't be involved in activities involving other students. You can only be involved with your students. So approved volunteers have a broader base. Is that correct, Shafan? We do that?
That's correct. Okay.
Is the issue of criminal background checks addressed through policy of approved volunteers or not? Or was that something policy talked about during the refining of this? I know we had some points raised when it went back.
There was an issue of a question of, was this clear that the school district and the principal is responsible for ensuring that the volunteer status is approved? Or is the person who wants to be the volunteer responsible for getting themselves approved? And in speaking with principals, I talked to them about, I shared this paragraph with them. I did a poll of some principals, said, what does this mean to you? And they said, it means like everything else. I have to take these and go through the approval process. So that's what happens. The principals, we put 4 volunteers, we give them access, Dr. Clark, to the volunteer approval system. They go and they fill the application out. The school district then pays for the criminal records background check, the access through Guardian. So it's done through us. There's no requirement that a parent pay to have their criminal records run or potential volunteer. This is all done through the school system, the same way every other volunteer is handled.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we had that addressed. I know that was
Yes.
some concerns I'd heard before, so if we've got them addressed, as long as we're
Correct.
protecting the safety of children.
Absolutely.
Right, and then there's that, what is it called? The Guardian?
The Guardian, yep.
That they do a hit.
It does regular checks of everybody who's employees, volunteers, et cetera. Yes.
There are some events in schools, such as we recently had Biz Ed, where we had some business folks come in and they did a presentation. That person may not have to go through the volunteer clearance process. However, that person would not be alone supervising children. That would be in the presence of faculty and staff that are cleared for supervision. So there are some events in which some people may come in and participate, but they're under the supervision of faculty, staff, folks that have the clearance.
Some college and universities also type of thing that's written in there too.
Yes.
I have a question.
Go.
I know there's a big push right now to get proctors for upcoming exams. I know I've, received emails, schools are needing proctors. When someone volunteers to be a proctor, are those run through a background check to be in the, to volunteer?
Same example, that they would not be alone with the student. That sometimes when we have volunteers that come in, they're still with, they are not alone with the student, the teacher in the classroom. Right. Or the supervisors are there and the principals work on that.
So there would never be an opportunity where a little girl or a little boy or whoever needed to go to the restroom, we would not allow a proctor to escort that child. The teacher would have to leave the room?
The teacher, if the teacher has to leave the room, if it's during and they have a break or something that occurs, then we have someone there not directly supervising the student. The proctor, they work it out. For example, when I was a principal, many times we would be called to the room where we could step in and the teacher would step out. But if they're not approved volunteers, they should not be left with the
And
student.
two, because only the teacher or an administrator can be left alone with the testing, correct?
That is correct.
There's issues with that
That's
as well.
correct. And that is cleared through training. Also, Ms. White conducts proctor training and covers that in the proctor. So if you are going to be a proctor, you do receive training on that. So that's covered in the training process.
And that did change a couple of years ago. Before that, we only had volunteers, but we were having such a difficult time getting proctors that we worked out some other ways to do that.
And if you'd like them to be volunteers, I would be very supportive of that.
We need proctors.
And my last question about this is, so if the parent organization is going to be responsible for their volunteers, how often are the parent organizations given an updated list? Do they have to go to the principal every time they have a festivity or something? And whose responsibility, does the principal go to the parent organization with the updated list? Like how often?
Well, the parent organization is only responsible for electing their officers and maintaining their membership. And then if I'm a member who's going to interact with a student, I'm then responsible to fill out that application. The parent organization is not responsible for the volunteers. They're just saying, these are our officers. If any of you want to volunteer or engage in our activities where you are interacting with students, you have to be an approved volunteer. And then it's up to the principal to say, you're not an approved volunteer, Ms. Morris, you can't be a part of this activity.
And that list is ever changing, and it's always updated on a daily basis here through our volunteer database.
And I think that's why last month I had hoped the wording would say that the parent organization in concert with the principal, that I was hoping that the wording would say that the two would work together.
Is there a set of administrative guidelines for that? I don't think there is.
I don't think there is.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay.
If the board would like us to work on some, we certainly can do that.
Of course, many times the administrator is a member of the executive board of that parent organization.
Yeah, as Dr. Jones is saying, in most cases, I think the principal is a member of the executive board of the parent organization.
That's true. I've forgotten that. So any other comments before we vote on this? All those in favor of 421, please raise their hand and respond with aye. Aye. Seeing none opposed, we'll move to,
One opposed.
oh, was there? I'm sorry. I didn't go that far, did I? My fault. And now we'll move to 424.
Registered sex offenders, this policy is being revised pursuant to statutory changes, and it's been before you for review and is now before you for approval. There's been no comments or questions regarding this policy or changes since it was before you last.
On behalf of policy, I make a motion that we approve policy 4-24, registered sex offenders.
Thank you. All those in favor of 424, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you. 512.
Okay, this came before you last month for review. Went back to policy. There were some additional revisions made when it was prior to it going back to policy, and those are in blue font as opposed to the red font for the other changes, and they are located on pages 8 of 15 and 9 of 15, and they are due to statutory revisions. One of the changes is that the principal designee is responsible for ensuring that teachers identify students at risk, and identify students at risk. There's two are identified, so we're going to take that second one out. And that the school improvement team develops a plan to include successful transition between grade levels. And the second one deals with the reading camps. So those, it's before you today for your approval with those revisions.
On behalf of policy, I make a motion that we approve policy 5-12, student promotion and accountability.
And just for clarification on that, page 8 of 15, I will remove the second "are identified," ensuring the teachers identify students at risk and that the school improvement team, so you don't have two identifications.
Additional comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of 512, the way it is corrected, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we will move to closed session decisions. The only thing we have is I'd need a motion for the Central Academy roofing bid. Thank you. Do I have a second? I have a second. Thank you, Mr. Guzman. All those in favor of the CATA roofing bids, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you. Board comments. Would anybody like to make any?
Mr. Chair, I would.
Go for it.
I'd like to obviously thank Dr. Jones and Marvin Ridge Middle for hosting us tonight. I hope everyone had a happy Thanksgiving as well. And want to wish everyone, since we won't see them again, a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And we'll see you back 1st of January. And finally, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but given our lengthy discussion tonight, I want to continue my call for the creation of a government relations committee. And John, you're probably tired of hearing me say that, but I feel we as a board could use a more concerted effort to work on how we partner with other groups. So I would again like to call for that creation. And with that, I will give back the mic.
I'll speak. I would like to thank the staff and everyone here at Marvin Ridge tonight for a phenomenal dinner and great hospitality. This month, Mrs. Harrell and I traveled to Greensboro for the annual North Carolina School Board Conference, and we stayed for the duration, and we had a wonderful time up there. Just wanted to share a couple of things with the board. And
Might add, I'm not sending Ms. Harrell with you again. She came back lame this time. Hurt her foot pretty bad and knee.
Well, I'll take better care of her next time. But they had phenomenal speakers. On the first day, football legend Bill Curry spoke, and I was absolutely blown away by his message at the school board conference. I didn't exactly know what to expect, but he talked about the huddle and the importance of the huddle, I think. And so if anyone would like to talk about that later, see me and Mrs. Harrell. But some of the breakout sessions that we attended were outstanding. We went to facilities efficiencies, understanding personnel matters, lessons learned from redistricting. Had the opportunity, the person who spoke and facilitated that one was the superintendent for Craven County, who had a really good redistricting experience, which I thought was fascinating. But his name was Dr. Mills, and he was a Forest Hills graduate. And so that was really neat to meet another superintendent in the state, and he was one of our own. So that was pretty awesome. And to see how and to learn how they facilitated their redistricting, which was a little bit different from how we did ours a while back. Another breakout session, engaging our community. I had some really great ideas there that I would like to share with the board at a later date. And finally, working with your media. So just some ideas of how we maintain our credit hours to continue sitting in our seat and serving our schools and our board. That's what we did at our annual conference. And I just encourage everyone to be there with us next fall.
Thank you.
I'd like to make one comment relative to Bill Curry, Coach Bill Curry. I'm not athletic in any way. I just can barely walk, but he inspired me. So I think that is how I tended to hurt myself on the way back, because he inspired me to want to play football. So I just thought I'd let you know that. Yeah, ready to suit up.
Mr. Sides, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking of football, I would like to shout out to Union County's lone remaining high school playoff team, the undefeated Monroe Redhawks, who play this Friday night. There you go. There you go. Play East Lincoln Friday night, 7:30. I've had the opportunity to attend 2 games, one against my son Valley, which we're on the short end by a wide margin. So I'm looking forward to another victory Friday night, which will put them in the state championships. So I encourage everyone to get out and support our Union County team in the state football playoffs. And I also wish everyone a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Announcements? Do we have any announcements of pending meetings?
Mr. Chairman, December 17th, facilities will meet in the boardroom at 07:30.
December the 18th at 8:30, policy will meet, and then at 9:30, curriculum will meet on the 18th.
Plus deltas? I need a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Ms. Helms. I need a second. Second. Sound like Mr. Martin? All those in favor? Aye. We're adjourned. Thank you.